Welcome, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here. My name is Ranga Yogeshwar, and I'm standing in Berlin in the lovely Futurium Museum, and I'm honored to be part of this historic moment, the high-level launch of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, heralds the first year of the Ocean Decade. To me, this is very personal. Last year, I became grandfather, and my grandson, named Emil, if the Lord is willing, will live through the next century. And if we just imagine for one moment, if we speak of future, it's going to be his present. And we can ask ourselves, will my grandson and his generation still marvel the beauty of the oceans? We have a responsibility, and we are setting the course for the future. Our future, his present. Now, we are not alone. I am not alone, and today, with my colleague David Eads in London, I will guide you through today's event. Hello, David.
Ranga, hello, and how great to see you on a real stage. There are signs of progress in the world today, aren't there, which is great news. Look, I must say welcome to everybody. Unfortunately, I'm still in a bit of a virtual limbo, hiding away somewhere in the southeast of England. But I don't think it matters where I am, where any of you are, because we are covering the globe today. We're covering every ocean, every continent with our speakers and with our topics as we look, as Ranga was saying, at the challenge of the survival of the planet and the health and protection of the oceans, of course. Now, I have a couple of practical things I want to draw to your attention. First and foremost, interpretation. If you want to listen in English, French, Spanish, or German, just have a look at the interpretation click at the bottom of your screen, and you can choose your language. Also, we want to get you involved, and we have a series of audience questions which will come up on the screen at the start of each round table. You select the question you would like us to put to our speakers, and we will do your bidding. So do take part in that as well. For now, though, Ranga, let's get this going.
Thank you, David. Yes, so get involved. This is the bottom line message. And here in Berlin, I'm fortunately not alone. And I would like to now hand over to Anja Karliczek, the German Federal Minister of Education and Research. Anja, this is your time, your opening address for this historic moment.
Herzlichen Dank, lieber Ranga. Ihre Exzellenzen, sehr geehrte...
Thank you very much, Ranga. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in front of your screens at home, rarely have we felt such an intense longing for the ocean as today. After 1 year without travel, the unimaginable vastness and immeasurable size of the ocean are a wonderful thing for us to imagine. It literally seems like a boundless natural wonder. The ocean spans the whole world and has a similar relevance, even though we might not always be aware of that. The ocean acts as a climate machine, economic space, and a source of food for many, many people around the globe. So changes in this vast ecosystem have an impact on life on the entire planet, also that of us humans, even those living far from the coasts and the seas. But even though the ocean may seem vast and almost boundless, it has its limits too. Pollution, ocean acidification, overfishing, these are topics we are all concerned about today. We want to take action, and we need to take action together. That is why we have come together here today to kick off the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science. The German ocean science community is already working across disciplines and national borders because we can achieve more if we work together. This is exemplified, for example, by the extraordinary Mosaic expedition in a very impressive way. I remember very well the day when we welcomed the researchers and the entire crew of the research vessel Polarstern upon their return to Bremerhaven. They had been out to sea for 389 days, many of those in the Arctic ice. It was a superlative expedition, the biggest Arctic research expedition of all times. And with that, the Mosaic expedition enabled in-depth research on the epicenter of climate change, more in-depth than it had ever been possible before. Only with this precise knowledge of our climate system and how it is changing, we can take the right steps with regard to climate change adaptation. The Mosaic expedition has shown that the willingness is there, the willingness to tackle this challenge by taking joint international action. The Mosaic expedition was a joint international action. This willingness is also embodied by the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. SDG 14 aims to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources. As part of the United Nations Ocean Decade, Germany will invest more than 4 billion euros in marine and ocean research. With that, similar to what it was like with the Mosaic expedition, we are assuming a central role. We will be working across national borders to advance research on our oceans and coasts. We established what we call DAM, the German Marine Research Alliance. And with that, we will also shortly start a new research initiative on decarbonization. Because if we want to achieve our climate targets, we need to reduce our emissions considerably, but we also need to take carbon dioxide back out of the atmosphere and compensate for remaining emissions. The next decade is our last chance. The ocean plays a huge role in this, in addition to forests, peat, and the soils, because they act as a place of carbon storage. And if we can use that ability more, according to the International Climate Council, we can do more for climate action. It will be exciting to see what measures have the biggest effect and can at the same time be implemented in an environmentally friendly way. Our common goal is sure. We want to be climate neutral here in Germany by 2040. The German marine research community is in an excellent position. It is the German arm for an energetic start to the United Nations Ocean Decade. We all want to make headway. A clean ocean is resilient and productive. An ocean whose state we can predict is secure and accessible. And last but not least, an ocean that is in the right balance inspires and enchants us. And for that, every effort is worthwhile. Isaac Newton once said very smartly, "What we know is a drop, what we don't know is an ocean." And even though our knowledge has multiplied over time, his words still ring true. And I may add at this point, we already know a great deal about the drops, but way too little about the ocean. Now, with the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, this will hopefully change. I would like to thank UNESCO very much for allowing us to kick off the decade here in Berlin and celebrate this event with you. And I would like to invite all of you to join us for a dive into the unknown secrets of the ocean. I'd like to invite you to join a new innovative global partnership from all of us for all of us. I look forward to working with you.
In fact, I love your quote of Isaac Newton, because if we think of it, I mean, even on a cosmic scale, oceans are a huge exception in the universe. Oceans are the birthplace of life, and in a certain way, we have to be responsible. We have to react in a responsible manner, and there is an urgent need for ocean science and action. We need the oceans, and our future challenge is creating the ocean we need and the ocean we want.
human-ocean interaction isn't always the way we like it to be. So for me, the decade gives that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to really take that message forward, to consult with people around me, to showcase what ocean science can do for the world.
We're facing many challenges on climate front, on the increasing density of humans needing things from the ocean. So we do all need to come together. My personal hope for the decade is that we find a way to bridge the differences between stakeholders, interests, and generations to all come together to find a common path forward for a truly sustainable ocean.
The United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development is a unique opportunity to engage the ocean science community in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, globally, regionally, and locally.
So this decade is not just a huge challenge and a massive piece of work. It is the greatest and possibly the last opportunity to do something about the oceans. Events like this, projects like this, only come with support from the highest of levels. It's a UN-wide initiative, and the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has been instrumental in supporting and pushing forward the idea of a decade for ocean science.
It is a pleasure to help launch the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us how vulnerable we are, how connected everything is, and how much we depend on a healthy planet, including a healthy ocean, for our survival. The ocean and its marine biodiversity are the planet's richest source of medical technology, renewable energy, and food security. As the great regulator of climate, the ocean has vast potential as a provider of solutions for climate adaptation and mitigation. Yet this potential is still largely untapped. It is time for a revolution in ocean science, and this revolution now has a name, the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. The Ocean Decade will be inclusive, drawing on expertise at every level, including vital indigenous knowledge. We want to involve ocean actors around the world, and we want to generate critical knowledge needed to define a science-based post-2020 global biodiversity framework and meet the goals of the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, and other parts of our roadmap to deliver a sustainable, prosperous, just and gender-equal world. Making peace with nature is the defining task of this century. Preserving and restoring the ocean's ability to nurture humanity and regulate our climate will be the defining challenges of this decade. These challenges should be top priorities for everyone, everywhere. Welcome to the United Decade of Ocean Science. Together, let us discover the science we need for the ocean we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio Guterres. Now, we are living in a time of change, and let me introduce you to the next speaker. I met her in 1994, and she had just started the position as German Federal Minister of Environment. And now, she's the Chancellor of Germany, Dr. Angela Merkel.
Sehr geehrter Herr Generalsekretär, lieber Antonio Guterres,
Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Federal Minister Anja Karliczek, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. With the beginning of this year, the United Nations declared the start of the Decade of Ocean Science, a decade that will be crucial in shaping our future. Seas and oceans cover more than 70% of our Earth, and they are inhabited by countless species of animals and plants. For humans, they are an indispensable source of food and raw materials. Last but not least, the oceans are closely intertwined with the climate. The future of our Earth thus heavily depends on how we treat our oceans, how we use them, how we are able to assess the consequences of this, and what lessons we learn as a result. This, in turn, highlights the importance of ocean research. Researchers can provide the answers that we need, telling us what we ultimately must do in order to protect our oceans and their functions in the global ecosystem and climate system.
And just as with climate action, the global cooperation is required when it comes to researching and protecting the oceans. Germany has proved itself to be a competent and reliable partner in this field. On the Mosaic expedition led by the Alfred Wegener Institute, for example, we worked with researchers from 20 nations to gain new and groundbreaking findings on climate processes in the Arctic winter, among other topics. The UN Decade of Ocean Science underlines how important it is to pool scientific competence at a global level. This also makes it possible to establish a solid foundation for political decision-making. I am therefore delighted to be launching the Decade of Ocean Science together with you. I hope that today's event is a success, and I hope that, together with you, we will enjoy a productive decade of researching and protecting our oceans. Thank you very much.
As David mentioned this morning, this is real a global broadcast, a big global problem we have, and let's engage on a short ocean, a virtual ocean voyage. This is also virtual water here. We will see 5 marine research projects in different regions of the world. And I know, Anja, you certainly are familiar with the one or the other project because they are funded by your ministry.
Unter anderem zum Beispiel die Mare N.
Yes, for example, the Maren project is supported by us because we've been focusing for quite a while on generating knowledge. I already mentioned the Mosaic expedition in my introduction. So we are focusing on gaining more knowledge so that we can draw the right conclusions to find out what is the reason, what's the cause. It's very complex in nature. There's so many things that need to be considered. And that's why we're looking into many different areas. I mentioned carbonization, for example. There's also many open questions here. I think we have to look at this really complex puzzle and get an overall picture with it. And that's what we're trying to do now.
Ocean voyage with 5 different projects.
I'm Ivanis Monteiro Silva. I'm a marine biologist and I'm the Ocean Science Center Mindelo Laboratories manager. OSCM is a permanent research and logistics basis as a modern hub for international marine research and education, providing to users several multipurpose laboratories and working space for scientific campaigns. I have the responsibility of analyzing all the samples that come to us. Maybe the most important is our monthly sampling at our Cape Verde Ocean Observatory. That is a mooring from where we take in situ measurements. The data we collect is to fit our database, trying to understand the effects of the climate change in our marine environment. We all know and we all understand that the water temperature is increasing, the sea level is also affected. A very important point is something that all our fishermen talk about. Day after day, they access less and less and less fish. As a result of the ocean decade, I would like to see humanity more aware of the importance of the oceans in our earthly experience. Exploring the oceans research, aware that we are part of the nature and not its owners. Only on this way we can make a sustainable exploration of all the resources and possibilities that the ocean puts in our disposal.
I'm Krista von Hillebrand Andrade, and I'm the manager of the Caribbean Tsunami Warning Program, which is located in Maya West, Puerto Rico. And our office is responsible for helping to coordinate the tsunami warning system for the Caribbean and adjacent regions. So one of the first things that I do every morning is I go into the IOC sea level monitoring facility and check to see what sea level data is available, what sites and sea level stations are working, and then also constantly checking and when any earthquake occurs in the region, what the magnitude, the size of that earthquake is, and then if there is any tsunami potential. The basis for successful tsunami and other coastal hazard warning systems is collaboration and partnership. There is no country that can operate a tsunami warning system without collaboration with partners and scientists around the world. And to see in our region, every single country that has seismic data, which has sea level data, is sharing that data for this common good. But also when experts from around the region sit down and discuss, what are the faults, what are the sources from tsunamis, and come to a common understanding on which then we can do tsunami inundation and tsunami evacuation mapping, and just sharing that and working together to create these resilient communities. So many of us live along the coasts of the Caribbean, and we still don't understand that ocean. That ocean is the source of our livelihoods and our safety. And hopefully at the end of the decade, people will be able, through the science and the sharing of the science, will really be able to understand and comprehend how important the ocean is and how we need to take it in consideration for the decision-making process.
So that area would be a detention point for the city.
My name is Markus Rex. I'm an atmospheric scientist and I'm leading the atmospheric research at the Alfred Wegener Institute, the Helmholtz Center for Polar and Marine Research. I'm also the leader of the Mosaic project and the Mosaic expedition. With our research vessel, with our icebreaker, we have been frozen into the Arctic ice for a full year. And every day during that year, we have worked on the ice that surrounds the ship during the complete darkness of the polar night and during the eternal sunshine of the polar day as well. We have encountered fierce storms, numerous visits of polar bears, and we have been challenged by very dynamic and moving ice conditions on a daily basis. Our mission is to explore the climate processes of the central Arctic year-round. The Arctic is the epicenter of climate change. The warming rates up there are at least twice as large as in the rest of the world. An expedition like Mosaic would not be feasible without international collaboration. More than 80 institutions from 20 nations came together to make it possible. The glue that kept us together was our common goal, to better understand the climate of our home planet. This common goal keeps us together across all nations or disciplinary borders, and it is a good example of what can be achieved in international collaboration, things that no nation alone could ever make possible. As a result of the ocean decade, I would like to see action. If climate change continues in its current pace, the Arctic will become ice-free in summer in just a few decades, with dramatic consequences for weather and climate here where we live. We need to reduce our emissions of CO2 rapidly, and we need to become climate neutral by the mid of the century. I very much hope that the Ocean Decade can contribute to reach that ambitious goal.
I'm Dr. Ian Skipper. I'm a senior lecturer at Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand. I'm a volcanologist interested in volcanic eruption dynamics and the effect that volcanic activity has on the environment. So the mission of the Okeanos Foundation is to bring sustainable sea transport solutions to people of the Pacific. They provide a very practical solution for our access problems to these small volcanic islands. We need boats that can navigate shallow waters, land on beaches, and access all kinds of difficult areas. So they're ideal from that. But also they bring an element of traditional knowledge that links together Pacific voyaging communities throughout the world. Collaboration with local populations and local communities is absolutely essential. Now, for my project in particular, this is crucially important. One of the things we want to do is study some of the submarine volcanoes in the Vanuatu Arc. I had a concern that was, how on earth am I going to find these volcanoes in poorly mapped areas? There's very little information, and I could spend a lifetime looking for these volcanoes. The first day that I stepped onto the Vaka in Vanuatu, and I was talking with one of the crew members, and I mentioned this issue to him, and he just looked at me and said, "Oh, you mean where the bubbles are?" Yeah, I know exactly where those are. So without that local connection, I could spend a lifetime looking for this feature that I want to measure. As a result of the Ocean Decade, what I would like to see is borders to break down in the approach to ocean health. If the health of the ocean is going to be maintained, it requires that everyone around the world, all governments, all people, work together to improve and maintain ocean health. And that requires collaboration.
Well, hello, my name is Kate Moran, and I'm the president and CEO of Ocean Networks Canada, and we operate large ocean research infrastructure. So we monitor earthquakes, tsunamis, the chemistry, ocean acidification, ocean noise. We monitor aspects of the venting coming out of the seafloor. We monitor the surface ocean, waves and currents. And we even have a neutrino observatory in the deep ocean. 90% of the life is in the ocean. We haven't even discovered all of it. So we need to understand the ocean in order to protect it and maintain it and ensure that there's a great amount of biodiversity. And it also continues to help us mitigate the impact of climate change. We have about 50% of the scientists that use our data, and our data are open and freely available over the internet, are from outside of Canada. It's essential for us to be partnering with these cohorts of international scientists because they bring new ideas, new concepts, new discoveries, and that allows us to continue to improve our observatory infrastructure to continue to serve the most advanced and the best science that's out there. People love the ocean, and if they understood how much the ocean is doing for the humanity while we're burning all these fossil fuels and actually causing damage to the ocean, I think that public awareness would drive us directly to reduce our emissions much more rapidly. I think the ocean plays a critical role in that understanding. So if that's the only outcome, it would be terrific. But we also have to protect much of the ocean space to keep the ocean healthy. And I hope that we can achieve those goals of large swaths of the ocean being protected at various levels.
Wow, what a captivating video. I have to say, as a broadcaster, the ocean sells itself extremely well for stories in this challenging environment. Use the pictures, my goodness, and some great examples there, illustrations of the sort of work that is already being done and the Ocean Decade will take on and take forward. Now, just before we move on to our first round table, I understand we've got one or two technical glitches, if I can call it that, on interpretation. Apologies for that. We're trying to sort it as quickly as we can, and you'll then have access. Sign language as well, we're trying to sort out. So we'll get that sorted. In the meantime, let's get straight on to our first round table. Visions and Missions is the title, and this really is, drawing on that video, it's the big picture. What is this about this decade? What are the big objectives, challenges, and ultimately the aims within the space of the next 10 years? To help us address those, we are drawing on leading figures from government, from civil society, from the UN, of course, and indeed from the world of philanthropy, as they all come into the mix to provide the understanding, really, of what this decade really needs to be about. Once again, just to remind you, we are putting out audience questions. We've been a bit cheeky with the first session. We put those out before the launch itself began, so we have a good idea of the questions you want to ask, and we will make sure that they come up as well. So Ranga, let me throw over to you as we welcome our speakers and start this session.
Yes, thank you, David. And right you are. I remember as a science journalist, well, for example, diving in a submarine of a German research institute. So, well, this doesn't only give good pictures, this is really a big adventure. But on the other side, well, there has been a lot of research going on. Anja, what is so unique about the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development?
Die UN-Dekade der Ozeanforschung ist Teil der Agenda 2030 und ein Teil und ein, ich sag mal, Arbeitsfeld, die
and it is part of the Agenda 2030 and a part of the our work program to achieve these objectives, the SDGs. So that is the big point. In the videos, we saw that there is a major need that all the different parts are actually seen and perceived with all their different needs. And in the next 10 years, we want to set up projects starting here in Germany, because we have a lot of responsibility to carry all this forward, to take into account all the different needs and questions, and to solve this so that we will be able to achieve SDG 14, and then we strike a balance for our oceans in terms of climate neutrality, gas neutrality, and in the end, we will all make sure that we will be able to live together better in a more sustainable way, that we can use the oceans as a source for food, and that we focus on the protection of our habitat, and that is what we need the Ocean Decade for.
It's really a global question, and we all have to think global. And if we think global, naturally we think of the United Nations. And I'm very happy because we have here Audrey Azoulay, Director General of UNESCO, who is and she's going to give us her statement for this morning.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The pandemic has reminded us that the fate of humanity is inextricably linked to the fate of our ecosystem. First and foremost, this refers to the ocean, which covers 71% of our planet's surface. Not only was the ocean the source of all life, but it also shapes nature in the present and future. For this reason, it is a true global commons. In the words of Professor Peter Hogan of the Institute of Marine Research in Bergen and our former chair of UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, the ocean, I quote, plays a key role in solving humanity's three main global issues: climate change, biodiversity loss, and sustainable economic development. Indeed, the ocean is like an incredible sponge, absorbing nearly half of all the carbon dioxide emitted by humans since the start of the Industrial Revolution. It is also an amazing reservoir of biodiversity. From coastal shallows to the deepest abyss, the ocean is home to millions of species, many of them still undiscovered, offering plenty of surprises for scientists and the rest of the world. Lastly, the ocean is a driver of economic wealth, securing the livelihoods of over 3 billion people. To these three issues, I would like to add a fourth: ocean culture and heritage. For the seas shelter the world's greatest museum, with its shipwrecks, amphora and shards, the aquatic archives that constitute our underwater heritage. And this is the heritage protected also by UNESCO by our 2001 convention, whose state parties will meet in 5 days in Tunisia. For all this, we still do not know enough about these global commons, and therefore we very often mistreat it. What we do know is that humans are not only responsible for ocean pollution, but also for its acidification and warming. And this has very serious consequences. According to a report that UNESCO has just published, the ocean may soon stop absorbing carbon and start emitting it instead, contributing to a disastrous increase in global warming. We must act now. This is precisely the aim of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which has now been officially launched thanks to your mobilization. If we are able to achieve its goals, it will make a UN resolution a three-pronged revolution from the scientific, ecological, and political perspectives. This decade offers a unique opportunity, a clear framework for action by better coordinating global efforts. It encourages more effective public action to better understand and to better preserve these vast marine areas. 14 heads of states and government have committed to sustainably managing 40% of their coastal areas by 2025. Plans are underway to map the entire ocean floor by 2030, a goal that is very far from being achieved today. But the first results are already visible. A first call to action resulted in more than 200 projects worldwide. Cutting-edge ocean research programs will be launched, from the ocean floor to coral reefs, to better address the issue of climate change. Other programs aim to better leverage indigenous knowledge systems and protect coastal populations from natural disasters. And still, more initiatives seek to address gender inequalities at a time when women only represent 39% of all ocean scientists, and we need more women like Sylvia Earle. Following these promising beginnings, UNESCO and its Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission will continue to work for the decade and for its success. That is why I'm so pleased to see so many participants at this meeting: scientists, researchers, teachers, sister UN agencies, private sector partners, NGOs, of course. It's a pleasure to have you here. I would like to thank the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research for organizing this conference, this meeting with us. And of course, the Ocean Decade is in its early days. More partners will join us as the tide turns. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must prove wrong the sad statement made by Chilean author Luis Sepúlveda in Mundo del Fin del Mundo in 1993. Men have turned their back on the wonders of the oceans. This decade is an opportunity not to turn our back to the wonders of the ocean, but to find a new understanding and ultimately a new relationship with the ocean. I thank you for your attention.
Merci bien, Audrey Azoulay. And what I really love is within this decade all the different perspectives. So you have science, you have economy, you have the old cultures and so on. So the richness of views on the ocean. Now, Anja, what, for you personally, what are your connections with the ocean?
Da, wo ich zu Hause bin, ist das Meer gar nicht.
Well, where I'm at home, we don't live far away from the sea. We reach the sea within 2 hours, and when I was a child, when we went to the seas, this was a great pleasure for me. And today, as an adult, for me it's wonderful to do an excursion or to spend a holiday on the seaside. This has a lot of, this is very good for your recreation, and to maintain this recreative value of the ocean and the seas it's only a small aspect, but it would be very important.
Thanks very much indeed for that. It's interesting hearing Anna there. When your home is Monaco, it's pretty clear what your connection to the ocean is. And our next speaker is His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco, a lifetime supporter and committed to the ocean, and not just in his own neighborhood. I've interviewed Prince Albert before on issues from the South Atlantic to the Arctic and pretty much everywhere in between. Your Serene Highness, first of all, just to point out that as you are a founder member and indeed the patron of the Ocean Decade Alliance, tell me, what do you expect, what do you hope can actually be achieved in the course of this decade? Because you put a lot of capital into this.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to see all of you. Well, listen, I'm so proud to be a patron of the Ocean Decade Alliance, and it's wonderful to see everybody so committed to this Ocean Decade Alliance and the programs that will stem from it. I think, basically the ocean is our future. And so we have to make ocean issues a part of our daily concerns and the concerns that we are all faced every day, the world over. When we talk about the ocean, we of course talk about health, energy, nutrition, the economy, innovation, trade, international security, all issues for which this decade represent key opportunities. But I think because our health is, and we've seen that in the last year and a half, is so important, is paramount for all of our concerns, we have to make that link between ocean health and human health as well, as we have done also for health of the environment on land. So we all know that that pollution, that in particular plastic pollution, but not only, I'm talking about also pollution of other materials and other like heavy metals and all that, lead to the destruction of marine ecosystems and has a dramatic impact on the food chain and, of course, on human health. Oceans face also other dangers: overfishing, the unsustainable exploitation of some resources, and of course, the effects of climate change. All of this has consequences on our health. But we can also stress the huge potential of the ocean, whether it is by modeling capability provided by different marine organisms, or by the therapeutic use of molecules of marine origin. And the future is also our food, and the food that is directly dependent on the ocean. Over the last 60 years, fish consumption has increased twice as fast as demographic growth. And it is estimated that over 3 billion of our contemporaries obtain most of their protein from the sea. According to the FAO, over 1/3 of fish stocks are currently overexploited. I think we all know this. And we have, of course, the promise of aquaculture, which now represents half of the world's fish production. But it also poses a risk. with the various adverse side effects, methane emissions, pollution, transmission of animal diseases, the proliferation of microalgae, the invasion of domestic species to natural environments, and weakened wild species. And then, of course, we have the whole issue of ocean and climate. And almost 2 years ago, the IPCC published, as you know, at our request, a special report on the ocean and the cryosphere. This has allowed all of us to gain better insight to the interactions between the ocean status and the climate. The ocean captures close to 30% of human-generated carbon dioxide emissions and has reduced excess heat resulting from the enhancement of greenhouse gas effect since the 1970s by over 90%. The role played by the ocean is in jeopardy due to carbon gas saturation and the destruction of ecosystems and biodiversity. This is why the ocean and the ocean issues should be given a prominent place at COP26 in Glasgow later this year. And the whole chapter of ocean and energy. To change the energy model, the prospects offered by the ocean are manifold. Offshore wind energy, tidal energy, wave energy, ocean thermal energy. These energies not only provide us with the opportunity to combat climate change, which damages the ocean, but also to prevent many cases of pollution caused by hydrocarbons, and to end the headlong rush of increasingly deep oil rigs, oil drillings, in more and more remote and fragile regions of the world. Unfortunately, renewable marine energies represent only an infinitesimal part of the global energy production, and barely 1% of renewable energies. We therefore need to develop them whilst ensuring that this does not lead to further degradation of marine ecosystems. Then finally, ocean and the economy. The potential of the blue economy amounts to billions of dollars, billions that are all the more precious since our economies are looking for growth drivers capable of reconciling the creation of value and environmental protection. So I'd like to commend the European Union's efforts in this respect. In 2020, the Commission's report on the blue economy showed 5 million ocean-related jobs just in Europe for an annual turnover of over 750 billion euros. It called for a strengthening of these figures with the focus on sectors such as renewable marine energies, food, sustainable tourism, and the blue bioeconomy. This is a key opportunity to exit the current crisis, which we all need to seize as the ocean offers so many solutions capable of helping us reinvent our growth. For this reason, also, the ocean is at the heart of the future that we need to create.
Well, Your Serene Highness, thank you so much for that. If we ever wondered about or doubted the complexity and the sheer weight of the challenge, I think you've dispelled those uncertainties. There is a massive amount to do there. We're going to ask you a couple of questions in a few moments at the end of the round table, but I do very briefly want to ask you also about the role of philanthropy. It's part of the topic we have in the launch. Of course, that is where you fit in to a large extent here. Can this world work without philanthropy, and how important is it, do you think, really, perhaps in some of the less obvious projects?
Well, yes, absolutely. Philanthropy should be one of the key drivers of all of this, beyond governments and multilateral institutions. We need to involve all the stakeholders, all sea users and professionals, scientists, of course, local authorities, economic players, NGOs, and the general public. That's why what we try to do in Monaco, not only with my foundation, but also through events such as the Monaco Blue Initiative, that for the past 12 years, and within our Ocean Week, we have a dedicated Ocean Week events that are organized around round tables and different symposiums and other events that are co-organized by my foundation and the Oceanographic Institute of Monaco. So it is by working, I think, all together that we're able to not only put the questions out in the open, but to try to help find solutions for these challenges, because we need to ensure that this change can happen in a pretty swift way, and we need so many different goodwills to help the ocean, to better understand the ocean, and to foremost, I think, ensure that a change in attitude by the general population can happen. And I think philanthropy can be that link to all the different stakeholders and different people who have a concern for our world ocean and want to see it improve.
Excuse me, it's clearly going to need to bring everyone together. Thank you very much indeed, just for the moment. Do stay with us. But let's just move the dial a little bit, because I'm delighted to say that we're also joined by His Excellency Wavel Ramkalawan, the President of Seychelles, another man committed to ocean issues and has been over a number of years, one of the leading voices among the small island developing states. Your Excellency, thanks very much indeed for joining us. I suppose I should narrow this down a little bit and look at the position that the SIDS, the small island developing states, find themselves in. What's your message?
Thank you very much. In fact, it's really an honor to be participating in this first international conference for the decade of the ocean. But maybe too often islands have this concept of just being beautiful, and people don't look at us in terms of development and in terms of the challenges we face. I'm very happy when I heard earlier our friend from Germany who said that she drives 2 hours to the nearest ocean. But we live in the ocean, so it's a totally different matter. We live there, and what happens around us, and also what happens in the developing countries, have a direct effect on our lives. Unfortunately, we are not responsible for a lot of the challenges we face. But of course, we have to seek ways in order for us to be heard, for our voices to be heard. And for example, when we're talking of protecting the ocean, Seychelles, as a small island development state, has already committed 30% of its EEZ to conservation. This is a lot. And we are, even though as far as landmass is concerned, very small, but as far as our EEZ is concerned, we are bigger than Germany. So we are basically taking care of a huge part of the Indian Ocean. So this automatically puts us in a position where, when we're talking of rise in sea level, when we're talking of climate change and other terms that are coined, this automatically means that we are directly affected. We are directly hit. Rise in sea temperature means our corals are bleached. Rise in sea temperature or rise in sea level automatically means that some of our islands will disappear very soon. And of course, it also means coastal erosion. So this relationship between us and the ocean is a direct relationship, and thus we have to keep mitigating. We have to keep making appeals to our friends in the West and everyone concerned. Pollution of the ocean. We are here in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and last year, for example, we had a cleanup on the atoll of Aldabra, which again, Seychelles has donated to humanity to be preserved. And we picked tons and tons and tons of rubbish, not coming from the Seychellois, but coming from all over the world. So small island development states have a lot of challenges to face. But again, I would say, here we are, protecting everything that we have. Let me just mention, for example, Saya de Mala, which is being co-managed by Mauritius and Seychelles, two small island developing states. And just the seagrass bed is larger than Switzerland. And of course, we all know the important role the seagrass plays in the environment. When we talk of sustainable fisheries, today we have the biggest fishing agreement with Europe. And now we are talking of protecting the yellowfin tuna because stocks are going down. We are also looking at methods of fishing. So all these things relate directly to us. And basically, as a small island developing country, we are also encouraged by the interest that the world is putting on the ocean, because this has a direct link to us. And what the UN is doing, what Europe too is interested in, and I'm very encouraged by what His Highness Prince Albert mentioned about philanthropy as one way of helping others, as protecting the ocean, because it's not just about one part of the planet against the other, but it's about all of us.
It is absolutely that, isn't it? It is a global issue. But I think what you've done. Sorry to interrupt you, Your Excellency. I think what you've done is show the reality and the intensity of that reality on the ground now. I say on the ground and in the sea, as to the effect that the damage to the oceans is having to you, and the importance of pulling this decade together. Thank you very much indeed for giving us that insight. I do want to get to a couple of questions from our audience. I'm delighted to say also, I think we've fixed the technical glitches on interpretation. So if you just want to refresh your page, you can get interpretation into French and Spanish, English and German, as well as sign language as well. But let's get a couple of those questions. Ranga, I'm going to throw over to you first of all, if you want to pick out one of the audience questions.
Yes, I'd love to. And in fact, I would like to reconnect to, well, the message by His Excellency Ram Kalawan. If I look at the question, there's one which says, how much time do we have left to save the world oceans? And we can see that these small islands are like seismographs. So time is something really crucial for some nations, as we just heard this morning.
Das ist richtig, und weil wir das wissen, und das war ja auch der Anfang.
That's absolutely right, and that was exactly the motivation of the Ocean Decade. We said it's 5 to 12, something needs to happen now, and that is why now we are joining forces at the international level, and we've just heard about the issues and various perspectives you can have to find answers, to really generate sustainable knowledge for the long term. So these 10 years have been are the right moment, but now we need to take action.
It's really crucial. I don't know if we still have time for another question. You want to put one in?
Let's hope so, but I'm going to take that one for a moment and just ask Your Excellency, if I may, Mr. Ram Kalawan. It sounds slightly fatuous as a question, doesn't it? How much time have we got? But do you have a perspective on that?
Well, I can tell you that we do not have time. We have to act now. And why do we have to act now? I can once again use examples from Seychelles. When I look at what is happening to some of our islands, the coastal erosion, it is obvious that some will disappear soon, as I mentioned earlier. But I'm worried when I think of other islands. Take, for example, the Maldives. I mean, I sometimes sit down and I say, what will our world look like in 50 years' time? Will the Maldives be there? And probably they will have disappeared. Our coastline, what will be the shore? Will it be part of the mountains as they exist today? So I am worried, and this is why the decade that we are talking about, that we are celebrating, is of such importance. It's no longer time for us to postpone, for us to delay. When we look at sustainability and also when we're looking at energy, and this is why I'm also looking forward to COP26, because the world and the world leaders need to come together now to engage in serious conversation. If we postpone it, then we're lost.
So the question really is not how much time have we got left. We've simply got no time to lose. I think everyone recognizes that. I know I'm pushing us on the clock a little bit here, but Prince Albert, Your Serene Highness, just one other point. The power of the private sector to have what it wants as much as to do good is a real challenge, isn't it? How do you marry the private sector with the sort of work that you want to see done?
Well, I think quite simply, it's to show that and to go back to this last question of how much time do we have to show not only the importance of the ocean and how we need to act on it in a very swift manner and right now, but to show also that it makes economic sense to help the ocean and to have a healthy ocean. And what we can derive from the ocean and the services that it renders to us should make it clear to the corporate world and to economic leaders that it is in their best interest also to invest in the ocean in a sustainable way, of course, and to make sure that the ocean keeps rendering the services that it does, but that it does also create jobs and tremendous opportunities for the future.
Yeah, that's business for good is good for business. That's the message, isn't it? Your Serene Highness and Your Excellency, thank you both very much indeed for sharing your thoughts on this roundtable. Very good to see you both.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. And
well, if we think of responsibility, I think so. We Europeans have a certain responsibility. If you just think of names like Columbus, Magellan, Vasco da Gama, Sir Francis Drake, the Europeans were the first to circumnavigate the planet. So I think so. We in Europe have a certain responsibility, and let's hear in that context the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research and Culture and Education, Maria Gabriel.
Dear Minister Karliček, dear Anja, dear representatives of the United Nations, dear research and innovation community, ladies and gentlemen. The United Nations Ocean Decade that we launched today is a unique opportunity to engage the global community in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The potential of the oceans is huge. The 55,000 kilometers of coastal line, longer than the equator, and the biggest exclusive economic area in the world, makes the European Union a key global player in oceans. We are very much aware that to reach our European Green Deal ambitions and make Europe a climate-neutral continent by 2050, we need healthy oceans. The Commission adopted a few weeks ago a strategy setting out a green recovery for the blue economy, addressing the transition to a sustainable economy, driving the necessary transitions based on climate-proof and sustainable activities. We need to join forces to ensure that ocean science will help protect the ocean ecosystems. For this to happen, we need science. We need top-level research and innovation. The last and biggest goal of Horizon 2020 was designed to support the European Green Deal. It mobilized €1 billion to accelerate a just and sustainable transition to a climate-neutral Europe. It included several blue-related actions, such as building a digital twin of the ocean, restoring biodiversity, ecosystem monitoring services, and testing innovations in support of the farm-to-fork strategy. Investments planned in Horizon Europe, our new program for research and innovation, will continue to support actions towards sustainable blue economy value chains and enable the green and digital transitions. Horizon Europe also offers new instruments which will be crucial for keeping our ocean and seas healthy, such as the mission Healthy Oceans, Seas, Coastal and Inland Waters, and the Partnership for a Climate-Neutral and Sustainable Blue Economy. Let me give the E-Atlantic project example, which develops tools for responsible and sustainable management of Atlantic Ocean resources. Central to the project's success is the international collaboration between scientists throughout the Atlantic region, from the tip of Argentina in the south to Iceland in the north, and from the east coasts of USA and Brazil to the western margins of Europe and Africa. This is an example of scientific multilateral cooperation that the EU supports. This vocation for international openness will be even stronger in the current Horizon Europe program. Our ongoing cooperation with our Mediterranean and Black Sea partners are also examples of joint efforts on ocean science. This cooperation extends from pole to pole, including the Arctic and the Antarctic. Many European-funded projects include education opportunities for young scientists. For example, the Marie Skłodowska-Curie-supported project, EAT-FISH, which is an innovative training network, will train the next generation of aquaculture experts. I would like to thank again Minister Karliczek for having invited me to join her for the launch of the virtual Early Career Ocean Professional Day, which the European Commission is proud to support. We wish to encourage our young career starters to come together and build communities around ocean science.
Thank you, Maria. Well, what I find interesting is we have seen in the history oceans as, well, floors of competition, and now we are changing towards oceans of cooperation. Now, if you look at this in an international scale, well, how do you want to go about it?
Wir haben schon bei der Mosaik-Expedition gesehen, dass es internationale Zusammenarbeit braucht.
We already saw with the Mosaic expedition that we need international cooperation. The Americans and Russians were included. We had 19 different nations on board. We can only be successful if we share data, if we share our knowledge, if all the young professionals, the young researchers, if we can also encourage them and incorporate them into these expeditions. And that's how we can make it work.
That as well. So let's have a look at this theme of cooperation at an international level, but particularly through the lens of the private sector for a moment. And I want to introduce you to the UN Global Compact. Now, that is the world's largest voluntary corporate sustainability coalition, and it is putting together all manner of projects already in terms of working within the Decade of Ocean Science. The executive director of the UN Global Compact, and I should point out actually that here's a bit of jargon for you, the IOC has an MOU with the Global Compact, so the International Ocean Commission has a memorandum of understanding already, so working very closely together. The executive director is Sandor Odhiambo.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to greet you at this milestone launch of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, the Ocean Decade. Many thanks to the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research for hosting the event, in partnership with the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. The Ocean Decade has come about because the international community now recognizes that the ocean is vital to the well-being and prosperity of mankind. A healthy and productive ocean is also a precondition for meeting all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals and for delivering on multilateral environmental agreements, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity and, of course, the Paris Climate Agreement. To honor these goals and agreements while sustaining economic activity and healthy marine environments, a solid nexus between science and industry is indispensable. Ocean industries depend on healthy ecosystems for their economic well-being. Acidification, biodiversity loss, and other recent declines in ocean health only underscore the need to share knowledge and take advantage of synergies across sectors and across disciplines. The Ocean Decade is a unique opportunity to do just that. It's an opportunity for scientific, industrial, and regulatory partners to work together towards biodiversity and climate targets globally, regionally, and locally. It's a chance for us to increase ocean knowledge collectively and shape it into sustainable solutions for 21st century challenges. At the United Nations Global Compact, our action platform for sustainable ocean business is helping to mobilize the private sector in this effort. Participating companies will do their part for the Ocean Decade by advocating strongly for responsible ocean business anchored in science. After all, the private sector just doesn't protect the ocean by engaging with science. It also reaps business benefits from cost savings and operational efficiencies to increased market share and more stable supply chains. Not to mention attracting a growing number of investors with a stake in the blue economy. In turn, the private sector itself can be a critical contributor to better ocean science. It can and it must keep innovating new technologies and applications to improve our understanding of ocean systems. Business will play a pivotal role in accelerating the collection and sharing of ocean data as well. The Ocean Decade provides a framework for international dialogue and cooperation on data sharing, which is an absolute necessity. Data transparency is also one of the core tenets of the Sustainable Ocean Principles developed by the UN Global Compact. By signing these principles, businesses agree to foster cooperation between ocean industries and the scientific community. Cooperation will be the key to success in the decade of ocean science. The Global Compact looks forward to mobilizing business action and cooperating with all of you in this transformational enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Ojamba. Now, what one can hear is really a change in the grammar. So, in the past, it was the grammar of competition of everybody, every nation against the other one. And now we slowly start to realize that, well, cooperation is the only way out. Now, if you look as a person, well, in science, I think so, this is normal, but how can we transfer this to a general culture?
Wir sehen gerade, dass ganz viele auch Wirtschaftsbereiche sich auf technologische.
We see that there's a lot of technological development going on. It often has to do with sharing data. And this is about sharing the data, not just between the scientists, but also between scientists and industry and with society at large. So sharing data is something that we have to make come true in the next 10 years so that everybody can make their contribution to finding solutions, because we have run out of time to not deal with these issues in international competition. We have to join forces, we have to cooperate to make sure that through a division of labor, we then achieve our big joint goal.
Well, times are over where, we don't share. We have a future with global challenges and we all have to share. And well, the time is over for this session, but well, this morning it's going to go on, and I would now like to hand over to David. He has a following roundtable on this Ocean Decade. David.
Yeah. Ranga, thanks very much indeed. I think the message is coming through, isn't it? The business as usual simply doesn't apply. It cannot apply anymore. And the purpose of this roundtable is to see how we take that forward. The title is The Science We Need for the Ocean We Want. I have to say it's got a really nice ring to it, but it needs a little bit of explaining at the same time as to how we create what you might call a true revolution in ocean science and the way in which that then protects the ocean itself. So we will discuss and explain the rationale and the key elements of the decade within that framework.
The next 10 years will be crucial for life on the planet as we know it. Climate change, food shortages, epidemics and disasters, economic crises and unemployment. The good news? We can rely on a powerful source of common solutions to overcome these challenges. Our one shared ocean. Set to become the world's 7th largest economy by 2030, our ocean regulates climate and provides food and livelihoods for over 3 billion people. But do we know all our ocean has to offer? Can we harness ocean solutions to achieve our global goals by 2030? The United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development brings together scientists, governments, business, philanthropists and NGOs to unlock the science we need for the future we want. Are you ready to join the movement? Find out more www.oceandecade.org.
So let's dip into this, and we're going to start with some comments from a man who is also steeped in the need to preserve the oceans, and he comes from a place where that is only too apparent. Peter Thompson is the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on the Oceans. He hails from Fiji, has spent many years working on improving conditions for small island states, among many other challenges. This is his perspective.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all gathered with us, and many thanks to the government of Germany and IOC UNESCO for organizing this high-level launch of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. In the course of our task of implementing Sustainable Development Goal 14, to conserve and sustainably use the ocean's resources, it's become increasingly obvious that ocean science must be the foundation upon which the achievement of SDG 14 is built. It is an astounding situation when you consider that the ocean contains the majority of life on this planet and produces over 50% of the planet's oxygen, that the majority of the ocean's properties remain unknown to science. In the years ahead, we will have some very important decisions to make about our relationship with this planet, and we'll need to make those decisions on the basis of the most trustworthy and comprehensive scientific findings available. Thus, with the ocean covering so much of the planet's surface, full scientific knowledge of its properties is absolutely necessary. And for this reason alone, the ocean decade assumes existential importance for us all. Working together in fidelity to the implementation plan for the ocean decade, I'm confident that over the next 10 years, we will overcome the great environmental challenges of the 21st century. With a united UN voice spreading the message of hope and determination, by providing the realistic science-based solutions and inciting action to achieve sustainable change, we will finally find that the world is indeed fulfilling the objectives of the 2030 Agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, ultimately the well-being of the ocean will determine the future viability of humankind. The logic behind that assertion rests in the oft-repeated maxim that the planet cannot be healthy without a healthy ocean, and the ocean's health is currently in decline. So those words are part of a worldwide call for increased political will and greater attention to science as we approach the all-important UNFCCC COP26 in Glasgow this November, particularly with reference to curbing anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. As we all know, the latter are the common enemy of biodiversity loss, climate change, and the decline of the ocean's health. Thus, we will increasingly be turning to the findings of trustworthy science in order to fight and make the right decisions for our future security. Ladies and gentlemen, the work of the UN Ocean Decade will have a leading role to play at the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon next year, for it is indeed the flag bearer of SDG 14.A's target of increasing scientific knowledge to improve the ocean's health. The launch of the UN Decade of Ocean Science could not be more timely. I thank you for your kind attention to my words.
And our thanks there to Peter Thompson for sharing that with us. I'm delighted to say that we have two speakers live to discuss these issues further. Let me introduce them first of all. Dr. Elba Escobar Briones is professor in oceanography at the Instituto de Ciencias del Mar y Limnologia and a UNAM member of the Decade Executive Planning Group. That's actually the interim Decade Advisory Board for those in the know. Doctor, thank you very much for joining us. Also, Vladimir Ryabinin, who many of you will know through your connections with the IOC in any case, Executive Secretary of the International Ocean Commission and the lead in the coordination of this decade. So thanks to both of you for joining us. Before I turn to you for your specific perspectives, the Honourable Dr. Jane Lubchenco has also provided her thoughts. Now, Jane is the Deputy Director for Climate and Environment at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. She's a long-time supporter of the decade. She's been a keynote speaker at the first global planning meeting, that was 2 years ago now, in 2019, which kick-started preparation for the decade itself. And I should add, she's recently taken up the senior role in the White House as Deputy Director for Climate and the Environment for the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you today and to speak at today's momentous launch of the UN Decade for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. So, why do we need a UN Decade? Because simply, the ocean sustains and feeds us. It provides economic opportunities and improves quality of life. Our very health, prosperity, and well-being depend upon a healthy ocean. But the ocean is threatened by climate change, acidification, habitat destruction, overfishing, and pollution, with the worst impacts falling disproportionately on the most vulnerable. There is no doubt that the ocean has been a victim of global changes. But scientists are now flipping the script on the ocean and are telling us that the ocean can also be a powerful source of solutions. Ocean-based climate solutions, for example, might provide as much as 21% of the emission reductions that we need to get us to the 1.5 degree target by 2050. Harnessing ocean renewable energy, protecting and restoring blue carbon ecosystems, implementing highly protected MPAs, and decarbonizing shipping all add up to a powerful combination. And many also provide co-benefits such as good jobs, conserving biodiversity, and ecosystem services. This new knowledge is already making its way into action. Ocean-based solutions are being included in nations' emission reduction targets. In short, we need to know more about the ocean simply because knowledge will help us achieve the healthy ocean ecosystems we need. How can the Ocean Decade help achieve these goals? The Ocean Decade is a rare opportunity to think big, act big, and go deeply at a global scale, to collect the information from the ocean that we want. Through decade activities, nations will work together to generate the knowledge needed to better understand how the ocean works and is changing, and how we can use the ocean without using it up. So why are inclusivity and innovative partnerships central to the decade? We can't afford to simply collect more data. Scientists must work directly with knowledge users to focus our efforts on the most important data, information, and knowledge, and ensure that those data are shared widely and used to inform decision-making. In short, we need knowledge for action. So what would success look like in 2030? Delivering science for sustainable development means providing the knowledge and partnerships needed to rein in climate change, halt the loss of biodiversity, produce more seafood sustainably and equitably, and improve the livelihoods and security of those whose lives are tied to the ocean. Success also means that people everywhere recognize the importance of the ocean to their lives and that they contribute to sustaining a healthy ocean. In conclusion, when it comes to the ocean, our one ocean, silos just don't work. We must work together. Yes, the ocean is our past, but it is also our future. And we have learned that the ocean is not too big to fail, nor is it too big to fix, but it is too big and too central for us to ignore.
Silos just don't work. A very clear message there from Jane Lubchenco, and thank you for contributing, Jane, to our discussion, because I'm going to broaden it out now to Vladimir and Dr. Elba Briones as well. But I'd like to start with you, Vladimir, if I may. You are right at the core of this project, of this decade. You've been building up to this for many years. We talk about the science we need. What do you want out of this?
David, so good to speak to you once again on the same most important topic. Yes, indeed. We need 10 years because this is a huge thing that we would like to undertake. So we need a 10-year campaign to actually co-design, co-create, and enable the science we need that will make us able to maintain the ocean alive and to start living in harmony with the ocean. We have heard it several times, but the important thing is we need to know precisely what the science is required. So, and if we don't do this, the price is very significant because the quality of our own lives is going to deteriorate. So also what is important that when the United Nations proclaimed the decade, it means that 193 countries, member states of United Nations, considered officially that the ocean is crucially important for them. And because we simply live on the planet ocean and we need to care about 71% of the area of the planet. Our race is facing enormous challenges, and they were mentioned several times, about including climate change, including the second fastest period of extinction of species in 415 million years' time. So it is not a matter of political declaration that we would like to live now in harmony with the ocean and protect the ocean. Once again, we need to find a way of managing the ocean sustainably. And that is exactly the purpose of the decade. And also I would like to say that, what is happening now, and we see it all, that the decade is turning into global movement of, I would say, intelligent and kind people that would like to find ways to turn our life back into normal. So we live in harmony with ourselves, with the ocean and Mother Nature.
Now, that's a really interesting point. It's you, me, it's everybody, isn't it? It's not just necessarily talking about civil society or government. It really has to be embraced by one and all. But I do want to ask you this, Vladimir. It is massively complex too. So how are you going to be pulling all the partners together? What's the sort of the method, the technique for doing that?
I would like to say that when the decade was proclaimed by the United Nations in 2017, we probably didn't realize the scale of the challenge. And since December 2017 until the end of 2020, the IOC of UNESCO, which is the home of ocean science in the United Nations system, worked with, I would say, thousands of people, hundreds of organizations, dozens and dozens of countries in all-inclusive manner to understand what we really need to do. So because of that, I would like to say that Decade is actually a platform for collaboration. And there is a wonderful saying that the modern leadership is in partnership. And we are trying to implement this in relation to the ocean science. So that's exactly what determines the priorities. And one person cannot solve it all. So we are embracing everyone. And people, today we had statements from the private sector. We have statements from the presidents. We had statements from ministers, and also scientists, and more scientists will speak. So it is a really global movement and a platform for co-designing the future ocean. and the ocean that is managed by humankind in love with the ocean.
Okay, thank you, Vladimir. These are strong sentiments, aren't they? I want to turn to Elba Escobar now, because I'd really like to get your sense as to how this is driven forward. So, you are, again, another at the heart of the Decade Executive Planning Group, the advisory board. What's your advice as to how this does make a difference? Because it clearly can. I think, Elva, I think your microphone is still muted. I can't hear you, so I think your microphone's muted. If you could unmute that. Great,
yeah,
got you.
I believe we hear each other. So good morning, David. I was saying that this session reminds me of our science cruises, which is important to be out at sea, to live at the sea. And 4 o'clock in the morning shifts on board to see the dawn, to watch the sunset is important for the feeling that you have for the ocean. So it is very important to understand that conditions for the success for the decade require that people understand how important oceans are for the planet, for the life in general in the planet. And for that, how I see it is that the decade was very well planned. It was envisaged all along a preparatory, a planning, and implementation phase that included from the very early beginning engagement with stakeholders, the design process, to have scientific questions, to have cross-cutting priorities that include, among others, capacity building, the marine technology transfer, the financial and partnerships, as Vladimir already mentioned, the data, the information sharing, the knowledge exchange, and how communication can be very crucial in connecting stakeholders in order to build a big ambition to amplify engagement with the entire ocean community. We also need, and the planning envisage mechanisms that stimulate engagement of national stakeholders in the UN decade. And this is through the establishment of national committees. So the success of the decade requires the effort of all, and we need to build from local to national to regional to global scales. And we need to imagine the transformation with great inclusivity, with equity, including the resource custodians and the principal right holders of the ocean. If we act at scale, then we all win.
Yeah, that's the point that I wanted to bring up with you, actually, because you talked about capacity building, marine technology transfer, sharing of knowledge. But I suppose within that title of what is the science we need, it is a broader view of what that science is, isn't it? It's the view that says we leave no views, no expertise behind. We draw on what indigenous people have to offer, the local knowledge on the ground, and that also should be shared.
Exactly. The decade cannot leave anyone behind. And it should try, and it will seek to reduce inequalities by helping those that do not have the capacity to it, not restricting any group, and to make everybody's voice heard and listen. We have to keep in mind, and this is very important, that ocean risks affect the most vulnerable. They are the ones that are usually at the coast, in probably the most impacted areas by hurricanes, by the sea level rise, affected and inflicted by the climate change. Others, like ourselves, we are also affected of the loss of species, of the loss of services that the ocean provides. And we need for that the collective actions and the coordination and target at all levels. So youth is a key group and audience to engage during the decade. They will become the future decision makers, the scientists of the future, the managers, the economic actors that will manage in the decade and that will benefit of the results of the decade in 2030 and after that. We cannot leave anybody behind, and we need to give equal access to education, including oceans, in particular, oceans in the class curriculum. Not everybody has that. But actually, equal access to education is already challenging with poverty and the displacement that characterize some of the regions of the world. Female scientists.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm glad you said it's challenging and that, you know, there are many obstacles here. And Vladimir, perhaps I could bring you back in on this point. You know, it's quite easy to say, we need to do this, we need to do that, we'll bring everyone together, it will leave no one behind. There are some harsh realities in our world, political and economic, that make that probably impossible across the whole scale, but a desperately difficult challenge, and you know, even on the bright side of things.
David, you know, in 2017, we didn't realize the scale of the challenge. And, you know, I'm really happy today, you know, these days, because I think our dreams are coming true, despite the complexity. And, you know, the power of truth, the power of science is actually very significant, and it unites people. So I think today, despite all the technicalities, you know, the need to understand the pollution, the need to understand the functioning of ecosystems, to understand what is going to happen with climate, how to predict tropical cyclones and warn about tsunamis. We are able to do this on the basis of observations, on the basis of modeling generation of data. As Elva said, on the basis of capacity development and changing our relation with the ocean through engaging people. So this is all possible. And this is already a discovery, not only in hard sciences that I'm belonging to, but also in social sciences. This is a social science discovery that will improve the state of the ocean, improve the world and people in their relations with the ocean. So that is what exactly is happening. And we have a plan. And the plan is called Managing the Ocean on the basis of integrated ocean management plans that are in turn based on science. That's the answer.
Right, that's the answer. And Elva, education, education, education. If people aren't aware, they're not going to act on it.
Yeah, and actually we need to involve everyone, including female scientists, female in general, promoting gender equity. It should be, we would like to see better lives for people in the future, better conditions for life on the planet. And we also need that our leaders listen to science in every country. I think that is very important, that science is there to help, to assist, and in particular for the oceans.
And as a last thought, perhaps from both of you, does the science exist already? I mean, do we have enough high-grade technological ability to scour the oceans, to do the research, to enable us to come to the end of this decade feeling that the goals set out were achieved? Vladimir?
David, I would say that the largest part of the science exists, or at least we know what we don't know. And with Elva, we work with the Decade Advisory Board, and we know what needs to be done in science. And, you know, there are also proposals, and very soon we announce the Decade programs, around 30 plus different programs. And with those programs, we will create the first portion of science that we need, and more will come later. So science partially exists, it will be co-created and enabled in the course of the decade.
Okay, Elva, you finally, I think Vladimir sort of almost alluded to the known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns that Donald Rumsfeld once famously came up with. How important is that actually in terms of continuing to develop at the sharp end our scientific capacity?
Look, David, not every single region is equal in the knowledge and the gathering of knowledge and infrastructure. And what we need during the decade is having the decade as a central shaping in the sustainable future for each region. And that means that every single region will be able also to do science, have the capacity to carry out science by themselves, and use that science for the better knowledge and attend the needs and the major problems that they have in each region, find the solutions. And right now, we need assistance usually from other nations that are more developed, nations that have the technology, nations that have the infrastructure. And we need that technology is lowered in the how to reach it. And we need to have the possibility to have action and outcomes for the science we need for the ocean we want. We would like to have sustainable development as key.
It's an exciting and at the same time hugely daunting prospect, isn't it? Look, Vladimir, Elva, thank you both so much for that and for contributing to the heart of what this launch is all about. We're going to take a short break now, actually. We're just going to give you 6 or 7 minutes before we kick off again and we start having a look at some of the Ocean Decade outcomes and how they'll work. So go and grab yourself a tea, a coffee, a lemonade, wherever you are in the world. It might be time for a different drink, but a little bit of sustenance, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
Well, welcome back after this, I must say, really very short break. And now we want to focus on, well, all the people who since centuries have been interlinked with the seas, whose livelihoods depend on it. If you look at all the, well, old, century-old cultures which are there. So this is one side, respecting, listening to these cultures. And on the other side, we have science. And here in Berlin, I'm very pleased to stand next to Antje Boetius. She's a very famous scientist here in Germany, director of the Alfred Wegener Institute. And, well, quite far away, I must always say good evening to Peter Ng from Singapore. And Peter has many different well, activities. Amongst one is his activity as a researcher at the Department of Biological Sciences at the National University of Singapore. So, good evening, Peter. Good afternoon, Antje. And, well, we want to listen, as I mentioned, to people, to traditions, to well, perhaps different but very old views. And I would like to start with a person who is called Ken Paul from the Volastiki nation. Well, this is a strange word. I'm sure I don't pronounce this correctly. But I looked it up, and these people are living in Canada, and the word means people of the beautiful river.
My name is Ken Paul. I'm a member of the Wolastoqey Nation. We are physically located in Atlantic Canada. For the past 9 years, I have been working for First Nations on fishing rights, oceans governance, commercial fishing aspects, both regionally, nationally, and in international realm. The thing about the ocean environment that's really important for me is part of the interconnectivity of it all. A lot of people don't realize that the weather that we experience on land actually is generated from our oceans. The migratory species that we fish here, a lot of them actually travel across the oceans from places such as the Sargasso Sea down in Florida, up around Greenland and Norway, when we're talking about Atlantic salmon and things like that. So these are part of our relatives that have journeyed forth and come back here. They have the responsibility for the travel and to continue to return here every year to provide food for our peoples. Our responsibility is to take care of their habitat so that they have a welcoming home to come back to. The First Nations coastal communities have this interrelationship with sea life, whether it's mammals such as whales and seals, or whether it's aquatic species such as salmon or eels, or even whether it's some of the plant foods that are out there, some of the seaweeds and kelp and other kinds of materials that we could either use as fertilizer or that we consume. This interconnectedness is something that is an inherent value within our traditional thinking and our traditional activities. And we've always relied upon fish species through our nations. This is going back thousands of years. And today we're having problems with actually attaining food security from our ocean resources because of the scarcity. When we commodify fisheries to make it part of an international market, then we upset the ecosystem because the tendency in Western society is to maximize profit. A lot of times our science isn't there necessarily to understand the ecosystem, it's to help improve economic benefits. This concept of Indigenous knowledge is very important within our communities. It's something that's, it's a terminology that hasn't actually been coined by us. It was something used to describe us and describe the way that our elders look at the world. And there's a whole value system embedded in that. And part of that value system is being careful, being cautious, taking only what you need. And that's in direct contrast to what we're doing in our Western culture, where we're trying to maximize benefits. But if we overuse resources, the earth itself will make a correction. Part of that correction could be some of the impacts of climate change, some of the impacts of shortages of fish species. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to elevate the inclusion of Indigenous peoples into their coastal areas, into ocean science, starting getting more knowledge keepers, more indigenous-led science out there, so that indigenous peoples can start finding answers to the questions that we have ourselves. Oftentimes we're kind of overlooked in the ocean sector. I've learned that there's a lot of people in the science community that are open to working with indigenous peoples, but really I'm not sure how to make the approach. There are some that are afraid of making a wrong move. There are those that don't have the contacts, but I would encourage anybody to try reaching out. At the same time, when you reach out, also respect the indigenous protocols, because there are protocols in place for knowledge sharing and other areas like that. But generally, like, indigenous peoples want to help and be a part of the solution because we all live on this planet together. We are here as a result of the work from the ancestors. And we are going to be the ancestors for the generations yet to come. So our job now is, we can't solve the issue now, but our job now is to try to make positive steps towards the solution. We have to think 7 generations ahead.
What a lovely sentence. We have to think 7 generations ahead. Now, Antje, let me just quote what Ken Paul said. He said, a lot of times our science isn't there necessarily to understand the ecosystem. It is to help improve economic benefits. Does this mean that within this decade, also science itself has to pivot, has to change a certain perspective, a certain aim?
I think what he was rightly referring to was the way we use our knowledge. So also our Western science has this approach to understand that life out there is networks, that us humans are part of a network. And if we make holes in that net, we cannot catch the big fish. And so rather than thinking something is wrong with the scientific process, the way we use scientific knowledge is wrong, or in parts negligent of the generations to come.
Well, let me ask Peter in Singapore. I mean, we heard here that there is a lot of know-how with indigenous people, with traditional knowledge. How can we merge sort of this huge knowledge of the past with new findings in our present?
Well, I think the indigenous people, many of them have, as you said, many generations of knowledge. Science, as we derive new information, we have to join it together with what they know. I think the challenge for scientists is that where we get a lot of basic data, local communities, indigenous people have to use that data to better their lifestyles. I think the challenge that this gentleman mentioned actually is very poignant. The challenge here is that how can we manage our ecosystems a bit better so that it becomes more sustainable? We are so caught up on short-term benefits. I tell it's almost a disease in the modern world. I think we have to think longer term, maybe even beyond 7 generations in order to make it work for the human race.
So right, Peter, well, the key word, I think so, in this decade is sustainability. And I think so, even being, well, an industrial nation with a lot of high tech, we can learn a lot of these old cultures. And we just saw voices from the Atlantic, and now we're going to dive into the Pacific Ocean and listen to Peya Patai, who is a Waka Fleet commander in the South Pacific.
The oceans means everything to me. I live off the oceans. I sail off the ocean. I don't relax well on land. I don't sleep well on land. It's the only place that I relax a lot. I'm a funny person. That's plus I'm made for the ocean somehow. So therefore, I am passionate in doing things or saving our oceans, because I don't want my generations, or I don't want my grandkids to claim that their papa never did anything. Some of our people on the islands, they wait for 6 months for a ship to bring their goods in. But in having or in adopting the idea of Okeanos having this sustainable sea transportation, they don't need to wait for that. We have our own ways of fixing this by having our own canoes. grabbing your own culture and actually sailing it. At the same time, as you know, some of our places, like here in the Cooks, traditional navigation had disappeared for a long time. And now it's been revived. So in doing that, helping new people in the outer islands, you have the opportunity to revive your culture at the same time. So you're killing two birds at one stone. With one stone, this is a beautiful thing. Our canoes are built with the modern innovations and traditional knowledge combined together. They become very precious to us. It becomes a sacred place. Our canoes, we treat that as sacred because it's the only thing that keeps us alive at sea. We use clean energy on board, endless power from the sun itself. This is a beautiful way of moving forward. And I think that we should actually ride on this to make the world a better place for our young generations to come. I can only talk for us as a Pacific island. As you know, we live and we see the changes. We are the first ones that actually see the changes, ocean rising and those other stuffs. We have the impact first. So I can only talk for us. What I'm saying is the first thing is education. What we do on land, it's affect the ocean itself. So we need to educate our people first before we actually move forward. There's a lot of talks here, there, that bigger countries make a big damage that affecting us. Yes, they do, but we cannot blame them all the time. We got to do our part, and then the bigger countries must do their part, and the changes will come. The changes will come. There is no timing when we're going to do it. We're going to do it now. Ancestors preserve food through a process which they call ra'ui. So in certain places, when they fish, for example, on the reef itself, there is a section that they have to block, which is tapu, that no one's touched it. So it allows the fish to generate, breed, and feed other places within that island. So once for maybe 3, 4, 5 years, they open that section and they close the other section. And that tradition still carries today. I think that we have to look back into how our ancestors done things, and then that will path our way forward. We need to realize who we are and where we come from and how we always been living to actually look forward and path our way properly. Because at the end of the day, we are the ones that made that damage, the damages to our oceans, the damage to our environment. And we need to own up and make a change. I think we need to work as a team. We need to learn from each other to make a big difference. And I think we need to make a step now so that it will path away a better future for our generations to come. It's a privilege and an honor to be part of the lots that have been selected to learn of the Grand Master Navigator from Micronesia. They get that knowledge because it's a way of life for them.
That is my title. I'm a Grand Master Navigator. And so I'm here at this college, which is the FSM Maritime Fisheries Institute. And so I also teach students here on how to navigate because we don't want to lose that very unique knowledge. And so we kept it. The ocean is very important for us. And the ocean connects us because we are all related in the small low-lying islands. So if we need to visit our relatives, we go by the ocean. That's why our traditional navigation is very important to know, using the ocean as our bridge for everything. So the ocean is very important for us. When I go up to visit my island, the line of coconut trees where I see they're all on the side of the road, more inland, now they're the shoreline coconut trees because the erosion is really fast, moving everything out. And so I've been observing the weather because I also when you're a navigator, you have to know everything, weather prediction and all that. And I'm comparing it now to the past, and it's totally different. Now it's unpredictable anymore, because when you think that, when you see the star that will show, when that star rises and you know, okay, now good weather will approach. But instead, it turns out to be very bad weather, which is totally opposite from before. So if this year is like that, then the next, it follows through very nice, like the way we study it. And then the other year, change again. So things are really like chaos in here, but I'm adjusting to it. We see the effect of the climate change because, there's the sea level rise is really coming. And I think at least if we learn how to build our own canoes, we can at least evacuate our people to higher grounds. We can sail to those other places that are much higher than ours. And because I don't believe that somebody will come and evacuate us if our islands go down under the water. That I don't know if that would be possible. They would think about us, or just they must think about us as never mind. They're just a small piece of like a dot on the map, so we don't care about these people. And that's why I'm holding tight to our traditional skills, and I'm an advocate of it. We're eating turtles in my island, and so when we bring in the turtles, when you open it up, when you take out the intestine, some turtles is just plastic, all plastic inside the intestine. So I think that's what makes them die, and the population is not growing because they've been eating things on top of the ocean that are floating. These trashes that have been thrown off from the ships, and we tried our best because we have these two Okeanos canoes from New Zealand, and what we do is if we see trashes upon the ocean, we get to them to collect and put them on board. Then when we come, we dispose of them on the land. That's what we continue doing it because we don't want our water to be spoiled. But every time I go home, even we have a small island, but I always push on the chiefs and the elders that we gotta do something. We gotta save our island. We gotta save our ocean and all that.
What an emotional statement, and I think so. We have seen this already this morning with the president of the Seychelles. And well, Peter, I would like to ask you first, if you see this and we have ignored these voices for too long a time, must we change in a state to a state of global empathy where we really listen also to these cultures which are so affected by the change we are all pushing forward?
That's a very good question. We have to listen to them. I think many of the island states, they are literally at the front line of what's going wrong with the climate and the climate changes that we are actually forcing on the planet. The challenge that we have is, unfortunately, as a human species, we think more about our nationalities, our own communities, and we don't really think as a species, as a whole human race. And I think this is something that we have to come together, because the climate challenge and the challenges facing our island friends in the Pacific and everywhere else is a global challenge. And I think the challenge for the scientists is that, together with the politicians, eventually we have to realize that either we work together or we probably have to die together. That's very depressing.
Well, it is the big challenge. I mean, there are reasons why we have set up this decade. I liked an interesting statement from Peya Patai, our Waka fleet commander from Micronesia. He had the idea of taboo zones, which were very established in the old culture. if I look at today's economy, it's all about fast, time is money, and well, there are no taboos. Must we sort of come back also from the scientific point of view to installing taboo zones, perhaps also in the oceans?
That's one of the biggest ongoing discussions. Like, don't we have to reserve parts of nature for itself? So, including areas where we really exclude human impact if we can. For climate change, that's of course impossible. It will be everywhere. We cannot protect a certain ocean place from it being affected by ocean acidification or warming. But we can relieve the other pressures. That we can do for sure. So we have big initiatives that demand 30% of Earth to be protected by 2030. We even have the half-planet concept of E.G. Wilson, and we have the idea that some deep-sea researchers like Peter and I discuss often cannot the high seas, so that part of the oceans that is our common heritage, can that be a taboo zone, at least for some destructive fisheries and for certain types of access by humanity to preserve it for future generations? But a hopeful idea that was brought forward by the speakers is there are ways for people and nature to live together in balance. And so the most promising for me is to really think about how that works out, how nature creates jobs, how nature creates health for us, and how to profit and do that together. And with this regard, the resilience questions that was briefly discussed, the question of the future of knowledge, that is critical also to this UN decade.
I think so. This really means a change in culture in a certain way. And I would like to include a further voice. This time it's not the Atlantic, it's not the Pacific, it's the Indian Ocean. And it's a young woman, and what I found very fascinating is she learned fishing and so on from her mother. Her name is Régie Marie Giovanna from Mauritius in the Indian Ocean.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Régis Marie Giovanna, maintenant 32 ans. Moi, j'habite Terre Rouge, maintenant 3 enfants. Mon picourite, mon pêcheuse d'ourite, mon la pêche. Et moi, aussi dans l'élevage, je nourris les animaux. La mer est importante pour moi parce que c'est un métier que je connais. Depuis mon l'âge de 12 ans, je apprends avec mon maman. Je dépends de la mer beaucoup pour me survivre avec mes enfants parce que je paye dans le travail. Et c'est un métier qui me connaît, qui me connaît vraiment. Je prends avec maman tout le temps, les Charlie. Et là, je me suis même si je me retourne, je aller même. Je continue à suivre jusqu'à je apprendre. Après, je me connais. Je réussis à tracer par moi-même. Avant mon maman, je suis maman pour lui-même, sur papa. Lui aussi, il apprend, et moi aussi, je apprends. Et mes enfants aussi, bien apprendre. Et comme dans la mer, je me sens à l'aise. Je bien. Par exemple, je vais tranquille, puis non, aucun tapage. Je ne pas pareil, comme dans la terre, tu as machine trompée, tu as le tapage, si tu pas là-bas, mais là-bas, non, là-bas, tranquille. Et parfois, comment la pêche, on trouve un tortue, tout ça là, on trouve dauphin. Ben, ça fait qui en dans la lagoon pas trouvé, mais en dehors de la lagoon trouvé. Et ça fait mon plaisir. Quand on arrive à la case, parfois moi explique ben ça pour me dire je me trouve tortue, je me trouve dauphin, je me trouve un poisson volant. Plusieurs affaires que nous trouvons, je ne pas trouvé. Il y a beaucoup fraudé. Il y a du monde qui m'a déjà fait crase corail avec la fin, m'a déjà fait une théorie, tout ça là. Et dans le PC là c'est une fraude, m'a déjà fait un poisson, même si ton petit. N'importe qui grossir, je barrer, je peux détruire la mer, je peux craser le corail quand je garde l'eau là, je crase le corail là. Pour moi, franchement, quand je trouve un jour, je peux une saleté dans la mer. Peu importe qui c'est là, même aux enfants, je me dis, si toi tu n'as pas dépendre de l'eau là, moi je dépends de l'eau là, il n'est pas bon ce que tu veux faire. Même parfois, même un plastique bonbon, n'importe quoi, des choses dans la mer, pour détruire nous la mer et nous-mêmes nous perdons l'eau là. J'ai un principe parce que je suis conscient et je vis de ça. Parce que si la mer la détruit, franchement, je ne peux pas aucune autre alternative, aucune autre. C'est pour me vivre, tu comprends? Moi-même, je besoin faire mais pas moi-même, je besoin empêcher les autres du monde de faire parce qu'ils me trouvent que moi-même, je peux pas besoin. je peux dépendre là. Je vais faire ce qui est capable, mais pas tout le monde qui écoute, pas tout. Et pendant que la pêche fermée, nous nettoyons la plage, un peu partout. Nous nettoyons, nous checkons la saleté. Puis parfois, nous veillons la mer dans le matin, après-midi, nous veillons parce que quand la mer ferme, nous ne sommes pas supposés aller dans la mer. Nous ne sommes pas supposés aller courir. Mais il y a du monde qui fait aller quand même. Je suis allé quand même, je suis courir quand même dans la fermeture. Et quand la pêche est ouverte, il n'y a pas de rythme là, il n'y a pas gagné, il n'y a pas de plongeur quand la mer haute, marée haute, il y a un plongeur qui allait à picorer. Et je ne suis pas supposé faire ça. Et nous, nos buts, nos rôles, c'est que nous veillons la mer. Si il y a un fraudeur, il y a un plongeur, il y a un téléphone frustré direct. D'un côté, il y a un désavantage parce qu'il ne peut pas rester dans la mer. Parce que nous zones qui nous fait dans la mer, il est capable d'arriver 1000 à 1500 roupies par jour. Mais ça 250 roupies qu'ils ont payé nous par jour, là, il pas suffit, premièrement. Mais dans un autre sens, les bons qu'ils ont fait parce que dans ça, les temps là, où la guerre est en grossi, il arrive sur grossir cuisine. Quand nous tirons un déorite, il suffit. Pour nous, nous pas obligés de faire une quantité qui nous pas fini servir. Fermeture là, il bon, il y a non l'avantage. Nous non l'avantage surtout, c'est qui peut dépendre de la mer, il y a un avantage extra pour nous. Oui, je pense, si tout le monde bosse ensemble, tout le monde met tout l'esprit ensemble, et il peut correcter nous la mer pour retourner pareillement l'étudier avant de produire plus. Et tant qu'il y a un fraudeur, un plongeur, un pollueur, pas qu'il n'y a aucune chose dans la mer la peut rester pareil, diminuer plus. Mais si tout le monde marche ensemble, tout peut correct. La mer pour produire plus, pour produire pareil comme avant. Comme l'époque qui mon maman tu là, mon grand-mère tu là, il produit plus. Et ça même, je besoin écoute un peu tu dis, mon Dieu, PC, nous qui PC, je disais, écoute, nous, prends un peu d'idée, parce que nous qui vivons ça va nous affaires là tous les jours. Nous vivons là-dedans, nous trouvons un PC, on peut faire une fraude, nous ne pouvons pas dire non, rien. Nous ne pouvons pas faire non, rien, nous pouvons continuer, mais nous pouvons aller, mais tandis que si nous tous nous costés ensemble, nous disons vraiment qui problème nous pouvons gagner. Avec ça, qui pas autres capables, tant nous autres capables, et les autres capables, aller de l'avant. Nous, la mer, elle est capable de venir un peu plus safe, un peu plus. Comment dire ça même? Bon vivre. Un peu plus bon vivre.
Proud, but I think so also sometimes a desperate voice from Régie Marie Giovanna from Mauritius. Now, I think so one very important aspect, and she mentioned it, is illegal fishing, is poachers. So on one side you have science, on the other side you have business. If you look at the science, I mean, in climate change we are speaking of tipping points of no return. If we look at the seas, we are losing species, isn't it, Antje?
Absolutely. So that is knowledge that needs to be respected, because sometimes the idea is that we have so much space in the oceans, fish can hide everywhere, they could never be overfished, but we have lost marine species and we will lose marine species. And the problem really is that the way to protect oceans by the sense of monitoring and combating illegal fisheries is not well organized. We need international organizations and we need the willingness to protect us from illegal fishing. And it's really a global problem. And I'm so sad that some people think the pandemic was great in rescuing nature because people were not traveling. But on the contrary, people lost jobs that are guards of wildlife. And poaching is as big as ever, or even bigger. And so we really need an international ocean police, is what I'm always asking for. That would be the best way forward.
I can see Peter laughing at the idea of an international ocean police, but Peter, this is one aspect, poaching. The other aspect is, I think so, and we've seen this, Antje just spoke to me about the problem of salmon, the interconnectivity of nature, which we sometimes totally underestimate. Is this something we really have to focus on, that if we lose species A, this really sort of cuts off a domino effect on other aspects of the seas?
No, you're absolutely correct. Everything is interconnected. And the problem is that when we look at things in a small piece here and a small piece there, we don't often see the connections. And of course, local communities will suffer. And this challenge of poaching is, it's a very human problem. We cannot get our, as I said, our act together as a species. I look at this virus problem that we are facing, as Anjay mentioned a while ago. If we can't globally as a planet get this virus under control when we could have, this poaching problem has been around a long time. It will require a lot of wisdom, which I fear we do not have, in order to control this. But this is again an issue of economics. How do we ensure that all the planning that we do is long-term economics? We have to play the long game, not all these short-term things that our capitalist system seems to love so much.
But if I look at progress, Antje, I mean, on one side, let me take the example of the pandemic, where we have nowadays our digital billboards and we can see where the infection rates go high and low. You can use a lot of technology, I think so. The technology is available to cut down illegal fishing. So I think so here there are means to at least control the seas.
Yeah, it was demonstrated several times that, in fact, by remote sensing, we can access information about which ships are fishing where, or could even control the ships. But then the question is who goes out there and chases them away. That's a real problem. As for the national parks we have on land, if we don't have rangers, if we don't have guards, there will be damage done as long as some countries are so poor and not so well governed that there is a protection for nature, right? The problem is, of course, that we are part of this. I'm not pointing fingers to other nations who have this problem. I'm saying that, as Peter says, it's a global problem and it needs us. So we have in the West exploited other continents for decades, hundreds of years. And so it is not magic that some are so poor that for people nothing remains but poaching.
But there are ways out, and I would like to again use the voice of a man from, this time, Germany. I don't know if you know him. He's called Walter Petersen Andresen, and Walter is a mud flat guide. And what I find quite interesting, and we will have a look at his statement, is there is change. You can change things. This is sort of a really optimistic piece.
Walter Petersen Andresen, wohnt hier in Dagebüll, also in...
My name is Walter Petersen Andresen. I live in Dagebüll, just short of the Danish border, and I'm a biologist. Now that I'm retired, I lead guided tours on the mud flat, so I'm a mud flat guide here, just off the coast of Dagebüll. It's a fascinating and very exciting habitat, especially because of the changing tides, because you can actually walk right on the seabed. So you walk in an area that's usually reserved for sea species. And as guides in the early 90s, we saw that there were big black spots, that the mudflat had died because of big masses of green algae, and below that there was no oxygen. And I actively saw that a lot was done for environmental protection then, so that we have seen a good improvement. The nutrient pollution has dropped, algae mass has been reduced, and the seagrass beds have recovered. And the same goes for oil pollution. In the 70s and 80s, we had major problems with oil spills here along the coast. Every year we had 10,000 or more birds that suffered from chronic oil pollution, and often it was fatal for them. In the last 5 to 10 years, we didn't have these problems so much. The North Sea has been designated a special area where no oil can be discharged. Garbage cannot be dumped overboard either. And this was also monitored. I know that a surveillance plane used to be out almost 24/7. I was flying over the whole of the North Sea to check for oil spills. They immediately took samples then from the water and also from the ships in the area in order to find who the polluter was. And the penalties were put up as well. So it's important to have laws in place, but also to implement and monitor it. And when we go forward, then it's important looking to global warming and the greenhouse effect, as well as transforming the future economy, then it's very important that scientific findings are also being translated into political action. Coastal preservation has certain expectations. It knows that the sea level is going to rise by 60 to 100 centimeters, and embankments are therefore being expanded. Here in Dagebüll, for example, we have built a so-called climate embankment. It means that we have a wider embankment crown and the outer slope is flatter. And we call it climate embankment because should we see a faster or sharper rise in the sea levels, more than the 60 to 100 centimeters, then it is possible to very easily and with little additional effort add another level to the embankment. So this is sort of looking ahead for future generations. It's important that we preserve it for nature and for humans alike. At the North Sea, we've basically shown how to do it, and I think that's a crucial point. We cannot change the laws of nature, but the basis of our lives, the laws and so forth, that can be changed, that must be changed in order to preserve our livelihood.
I think so. This is heard Walter, and he said his bottom line is, if we act, we can change things. I mean, nutrient pollution has gone down, oil spills, algae mass has dropped, so we can do things. I would like to, at the end, ask Peter first. What we see here is this is all the result of laws of strict implementations and monitoring. So within this decade, the one aspect is scientific findings. The other one is to really implement them, to really follow the way science is showing us. Do you have any idea how we should go about this challenge?
Well, the laws are important. They are very important. But beyond the laws that all our countries will put into place to deal with local and global problems, I think there's something even more important that we have to achieve. We will have to ensure that the present generation, especially the young generation, know the battle that is to come and the challenges that are facing us. And Walter Peterson is correct. He has hope. And as long as there's hope, there's every chance we can turn things around. And actually, I believe we can turn things around. But the young generation have to believe in it. And then the process can begin. This goes beyond the laws.
Yes, right you are, Peter. Once again, thank you to Singapore. I say good night, Peter. Lovely joining us on this session. Until you're going to stay here, because we are going to immediately go on, and I will hand over to David, leaving no one behind in the race to the ocean we want. David.
Ranga, thanks very much indeed for that. I think Peter's remarks at the end there, highly pertinent to where we're going, because if you leave the younger generation, for example, behind, we are finished. We're going to hear from the so-called younger generation, a patronizing term to some, but reality from where I'm standing. But it's not just about generations either. This whole session is a round table. We're putting up questions again for you, the audience, to choose from, and that I can then put to our speakers in the course of our discussion. So it will help to mold the way in which we're going. But it seems to me one of the ultimate expressions of the decade of ocean science, leaving no one behind, because it is about everybody. It is about governments, obviously, and NGOs. It's about civil society. It's about business, as we've heard, and the private sector. It's also about every last individual who has an impact, who has an understanding of the way in which oceans work, whether they work on the sea and live by the sea, or simply have a deeper understanding than many of us might about the way in which the ocean in their own milieu affects their lives. These are the people who cannot be left behind in the course of this decade ahead. I suppose inclusivity would be the one key word you might use to pull all that together. Let's reflect on that now. We do have Antje, which is great news for us, and we will also be speaking in a moment to Farah. I'm going to introduce them in just a second. First, though, I'd like to hear from Bernadette Jordan. Bernadette is the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard, with her perspective.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bernadette Jordan, the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard. I'm also a proud coastal Canadian, joining you from my home in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. Canada has long been part of a coordinated global response on marine issues, which is why we're committed to participating in the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development and a proud member of the Ocean Decade Alliance. The Ocean Decade is an opportunity to work together to turn the tide on ocean health by using science to tackle the many challenges facing our marine environments. An internationally coordinated approach to marine science and monitoring will improve our understanding of our oceans, all while supporting the sustainable development of our blue economies. At its core, the Ocean Decade is an example of how the whole is greater than the sum of its parts when it comes to confronting complex marine issues. The only way to turn our sustainable development goals into reality by 2030 is by working together. Canada is already addressing major ocean issues in real and measurable ways. We've gone from less than 1% of our oceans protected to nearly 14% today in the last 5 years alone. This represents the most significant advancement in marine conservation in Canadian history. We're now on our way to conserving 25% of Canada's marine space by 2025 and by working towards 30% by 2030. As we look forward to June of 2022, Canada is excited to host the 5th International Marine Protected Areas Congress, when hopefully more of us will be able to gather in person. This meeting of international experts will help advance our collective action on marine conservation. Here at home, Canada is developing a new blue economy strategy that will help grow our ocean industry sustainably and get more Canadians working on and in the water. As you will see in the upcoming video, Canada is committed to supporting inclusivity, both in our blue economy and in the Decade's implementation. One way we will do this is by elevating the important role of women in the Ocean Decade, and we invite all nations to join us in these efforts to advance gender equity. As part of our Ocean Decade efforts, Canada will be working with our International Hydrographic Organization to lead activities that will help more women participate in hydrography and assume more leadership roles within that community. As we embark on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shine the spotlight on ocean science, the world is watching us closely. The promises we make, the actions we take, and the urgency with which we take them. If we want to leave our children and grandchildren an environmental inheritance that includes healthy, productive, and resilient oceans, we need to act now to close the gap between the ocean that we have now and the one that we want for the future. I'm confident that if we work together, the Ocean Decade can help us accomplish just that. Thank you.
在海里有很多的鱼虾贝类，对我来说，海水的蓝色也特别迷人。
My original home is about 400 kilometers from the ocean.
My first clam digging harvest, my dad asked me what time is low tide, and I hadn't an answer for him because I didn't know what he meant and I didn't know why it was important.
Para mí, yo nací en una isla, así que eso era que nosotros estábamos alrededor de agua siempre. Tenía preguntas siempre de qué yo estaba viendo.
J'aimais déjà la mer et pourtant je n'ai jamais pensé à poursuivre un parcours.
I always loved the sea, but I never thought of pursuing studies in that field because I didn't see any possibilities for me.
No one tried to tell us about ocean conservation issues.
I knew that I wanted to go into science, but my parents had never encountered a scientist. If they heard of one, it was probably a man.
الكل كان مبهور ومتفاجئ إن في مرأة بحرينية تعمل في هاي المجال لأن تخصص علوم البحار نادر وغير شائع. دائما أحس إن لازم أشتغل 1000 مرة أكثر من الرجال والأجانب على أساس أثبت نفسي.
The bosun, he actually took a piece of chalk and he drew a line and he said, no women behind this line because we would be a distraction.
В моей области гораздо больше женщин на более низших позициях, однако руководителями проектов чаще всего бывают мужчины, потому что женщинам часто приходится выбирать между полевой работой и семьей.
I also have to be an advocate for myself, and sometimes that's really scary, and other times it's really lonely. My name is Ren, and my pronouns are they, them.
De verdad no he visto muchas personas cuando yo era chiquita que se veían como yo, que yo tenía que ser esa persona.
There is just so much trans and queer behavior in the ocean, and that's been really beautiful to see the ocean reflect back to me what I see in myself. The ocean doesn't follow the binary that we put onto society.
И когда люди чувствуют свою причастность к охране океана, они более ответственно относятся.
他们有不同的学习背景，研究背景，有不同的文化，不同的宗教。
Et on sait que ce qu'on fait sur une île va impacter forcément.
We know that what we do on an island has an impact on other islands.
Because in 10 years, they'll be the ones that are doing the most exciting research.
I hope that our kids have the opportunities that we have today.
I want to be that person that I feel like I need right now, that I can call on as an example of someone who's important in our field.
Yo no solo soy científica, soy latina, soy una mujer. Si yo lo puedo hacer, tú lo puedes hacer.
Well, apart from some fabulous pictures there are some very strong people pushing forward the need to be involved and the opportunities to be involved. And you've got to be struck. The ocean doesn't follow the binary that we put on society, leaving no one behind. That is the point about this. And many thanks to Bernadette Jordan for her comments and indeed for that very powerful video. I want to turn to another continent now, and we're going to hear from Nusa Alawi, who's the Secretary General of the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection. The foundation is doing a lot of work with regard to the decade across Africa and having an impact in the process. So, ladies and gentlemen, Nusa Alawi.
Dear moderator and fellow panelists, dear colleagues and participants, first of all, I would like, on behalf of Her Royal Princess Al Hasna, President of the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection, to congratulate the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO on launching this first international conference of the decade. With over 3,500 kilometers of coastlines, Morocco's coastal environmental naturally was the primary concern of our foundation for more than 20 years. We are therefore delighted to be a founding member of the Alliance of the Decade, and Her Royal Highness is deeply committed to her role as patron of the Alliance. The foundation identifies completely with the motto of the decade, leaving no one behind in the race to the ocean we want. The foundation has since 2001 worked to educate and raise awareness on the sea and oceans without exception, citizens, particularly the youngest among them, private and public sectors, administrations, academia, and others. We in the foundation are deeply convinced that everyday environmental educational initiatives are essential to immediately implement changes in behavior and lifestyles to make it sustainable. This is our lasting determination and permanent ambition. It starts with youth, with programs such as Eco School and Young Reporters for the Environment, and it extends to public and private sector and local authorities with our 20 years Clean Beaches program and the Plastic Free Seas operation conducted over the past 2 years. It also targets national institutions at the highest level by taking part in the national debate on ocean and coastlines. To stimulate all these stakeholders throughout the country, we reward the best initiatives with the Al Hasna Coastal Trophies. Our actions are pragmatic on the ground to illustrate the merit of action and make an active pedagogy of it. We also use digital channels to leverage the action, notably awareness raising, enabling us to act directly and rapidly throughout territory and to share our actions and experiences with the rest of our continent, Africa, as our foundation is resolutely south-oriented. The 2021 to 2030 United Nations Decade, which we are fully associated with, provides new momentum to our action. We are about to begin sharing its 7 objectives in 7 webinars developed with IOC UNESCO, and the first one will be held beginning of June. Then, we shall have the pleasure to host the 2nd edition of the Foundation's Dialogue in our Hassan II International Center for Environmental Training next November. And we are confident this will provide opportunity for fruitful exchange on how to best work together to protect the planet's oceans and seas. We are excited and enthusiastic about the upcoming decade of ocean science, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Vladimir Yabinin, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, for allowing our foundation to take part in this important event. Thank you.
Now, thanks to Nusa Alawi for outlining the work that the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection is doing already with regard to the ocean. And once again, she touched on the younger generation. The weight of responsibility is growing all the time. We have a roundtable session here now, and Antje stays with us from the previous roundtable, but I'd also like to introduce Farah Nibs, who is an early career scientist and a PhD candidate in the Disaster Science and Management program at the Joseph Biden School of Public Policy and Administration at the University of Delaware. Now, Farah's work, her research interests focus on small island developing states. They include rainwater harvesting, for example, and resilient communities, coastal resilience, and critical community infrastructure. So it's a big old field, Farah, that you're taking on board. It sounds a very simple question, but why is it so important for you that you're brought into this along with all other generations? I mean, what is it you bring to the table?
Thank you, David. So what is common across the small island developing states, particularly of the Caribbean, is that there exists within the older generation local and traditional knowledge and skills and practices that has been handed down through generations, and which they've used to help them to cope with the ever-changing challenges that they face in these various communities. This traditional and local form of knowledge can be married with current and emerging technologies and research to provide a holistic framework or lens through which we can look at some of the challenges that small island states are facing with regards to the ocean decade.
Right, so, and for you as an early career ocean professional, what do you need? I mean, do you think you get the support and recognition you deserve? And what do you need to push your own work forward?
I think one of the overarching themes, one of the main things that's necessary at the moment is support. And when I speak of support, I think I speak of support in its different elements. So, for example, financial support. One of the things that's acknowledged within the Caribbean region is the fact that there's a lack of reliable data on the oceans and how oceans are impacting local communities. So research is necessary, but this research needs to be financed. So financial support is necessary, as well as an opportunity to network not only with other early career professionals, but also with people who are established in the field. And another form of support would be that of interdisciplinary collaboration across institutions, both, regional organizations, international organizations, and educational institutions as well, because this interdisciplinary collaboration can help to push the boundaries of research and provide tools and resources, not only for policymakers, but also for resource managers and community leaders as well.
Yeah,
so
interesting.
Is very element.
Support and financial support with it, which of course helps to provide the resource that you can do your job with. Antia, I wonder if I could just bring you in on this issue of resource as well, because we've heard a lot over the last couple of hours, particularly about efforts and work and research going in to the south. We heard a little bit in your earlier panel about one project in the North Sea. But is there a mismatch here? Is there an imbalance in where the effort and the resource is going?
There are, of course, when you think what a global problem it is, the change that we are all facing and the question of the future of the oceans, it is clearly so that we have not directed research funding to the size of the problems and also the size of the people concerned. It is not small, the problem, when you think that we know that about 10% of all people live 100 meters from the sea without a dike in between them, then at the end of the century, we're talking 1 billion people that are fighting for resilience, social resilience, resilience from the sea for flooding events, extreme weathers, and to understand that while we are trying to find solutions for a different future, for a different ocean, we have to learn to be resilient, to adapt to the things to come. That needs that knowledge and availability to technologies and availability to also traditional knowledge to combine it everywhere.
Yeah, this is critical, isn't it? You talk about resilience. If you don't draw on the traditional knowledge, the local knowledge, people who really know and get this, you don't have to be in a lab in the north of Europe to fully appreciate what's going on in a small island state somewhere in the Pacific.
Right, but we have established in science ways of doing that kind of research. We have it we call it sometimes an experiment or a project. We have different names for it, but what it actually means is bringing the research that we do to the places where the immediate effect should be seen, and then looking at us and understanding how it changes us, the researchers, but also the communities. And once you do that, when you have such real-life practical problems that you research upon, it influences you and can make your research also much better, so it's profitable. But we have far too few examples, and my colleague here, she clearly pointed out that this means long-term initiatives, it means long-term stability in funding and in raising that knowledge.
And Farah, yes, along with that, would you tend to think that you and your colleagues, your peers, if you like, have a much more open-minded approach to issues of gender, of indigenous expertise, of local knowledge as well, in terms of the way in which you would garner your own research and understanding of a particular issue?
Absolutely. I think it's probably because we have seen what not including traditional and local folks in the conversation has resulted in. And also there is a concerted effort throughout the Caribbean to include gender issues in not just disaster studies, but across the board with regards to ocean threats and hazards. So it's kind of encouraging, but absolutely a lot more work needs to be done in this regard, absolutely.
Let me draw, once again, thanks to our audience, because they've been pressing the button, giving their poll on the audience questions we're putting forward. I'm going to draw on one or two of them now, actually, to bring into the mix. Anja, let's start with you if I can. This was question number 1. How can industry work with other partners most effectively to break down barriers to our understanding and protection of the ocean? So perhaps you could reference that in terms of your own institute, maybe, and working with industry.
Well, there's, of course, a lot of dialogue with industry. How can they prepare for the future in which they play such an important role? And the strict answer is they need to operate in an economical framework and in a framework of rules that allows that the competition that is up favors those who are doing good for the environment. If it is so that we continue the present as it is now, where actually economically you're favored if you're doing bad things, then we cannot cannot be fast enough with changing. And that's not only a question of the knowledge everyone has, it's actually really a question of rules and a question of the economical framework. So I'm a strict believer in setting the legal and economical framework so that we can do better in the future.
You're a strict believer. I'm a bit of maybe a cynic, a skeptic might be a better word, but I want to get a sense from you then as to how realistic that challenge is, because we all know that the financial value for a lot of private sector, a lot of industry in various different ways within the ocean is irresistible.
It's just upon us to change that. Like, it's all of the economy we have now, all the subventions that go in, for example, in the use of coal as fossil energy or in some type of industrial fisheries. It's not a free liberal economy anymore. It's anyway a matter of investing and subventionizing and all of that. So we just have to stop the wheel from turning and say it's going in another direction. And for example, with the EU Green Deal, we are taking important steps. Now, it is not even enough if only the EU does that and sets the rules, for example, the pricing for CO2, that the atmosphere is not littered any longer with CO2. Those kinds of things move us forward. But we have to manage that at an international scale because, as your roundtable says, we cannot afford to leave people behind, especially not the masses. And so my question is, and I turn here also to the UN and to all bodies, our future, we are all in one boat. It's just this one planet Earth. And so a profitable future for future generation can only be the one with a healthy ocean.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be many people on this launch who would disagree with that. It's the ones who perhaps aren't listening at the moment that need to be persuaded, need to be informed better. Antje, thanks for that. Let me turn again to you, Farah, with another audience question, which is, how can we better embrace Indigenous and local knowledge holders and equal partners in this ocean decade? So what more can be done, do you think? Oh, I don't know if Farah can hear us. Can you hear us, Farah? I think that we might have a freeze on the screen there. Antje, let me throw that to you if I can. Yeah, because I mean, it sounds like a sort of a rather general question, but are there specifics that can be done beyond, as I'm sure Farah would say, providing more financial resource?
Right, Farah, you're back, right? Do you want to answer, or do you want me?
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, within the Caribbean, there's a gap between the apex, right, where policymakers make policies and where governments sign treaties, etc., and what's actually occurring on the ground. So in addition to providing research, in addition to providing funding, that gap needs to be closed. There needs to be a closed loop. And people on the ground, local communities, micro businesses, small businesses, fisherfolk, women, youth, people whose economic activity and lives depend on the ocean, these people need to be brought into the conversation.
Is there a listening ear, though, from those higher echelons, do you think?
Not at the moment.
And how do you move that dial?
So I think when you bring in persons who are not necessarily at the table, they can then advocate for portions of the population who are not necessarily included traditionally or usually in these types of discussions. So for example, if you've got a Kalinago chief who is the head of the local Kalinago people, if he's at the table, he will be able to advocate for his people in a way that I won't, in a way that a policymaker or a minister of government would be able to do. So I think it begins with bringing people to the table and giving them the opportunity to speak and to bring forward their concerns in a way that they've not had the opportunity to do so before.
That is the challenge of, I would say, realpolitik and real diplomacy as well. I've got more questions here, but what I don't have, Antje, I'm afraid, is more time. We're up on the clock, so I'm going to have to say thank you so much for your contributions over 2 sessions. I know you're itching to have a final word, but I'm not going to let you because I'll get in trouble.
That's unfair, David.
Yeah, well, you've got to keep them keen by being mean. So thank you, Antje. Really appreciate your commentary there. Farah, thank you so much for bringing the perspective of an early career professional dedicated to the oceans as well there. We're going to move on to our next session. As you all know, and it's really why I'm sitting here, the COVID pandemic has affected us all in many ways, continues to affect us. Here we are, we're just 3 weeks away from a full lifting of restrictions. And yet, once again, with a new variant, we are back in a world of uncertainty. Can we lift the last restrictions? Do we lock down further? I know that's something that all of you relate to in different parts of the world. It's having a little impact on us here, partly by the fact that I'm not in the studio, but it also means that we have to follow all the protocols, the COVID protocols, and that means making sure that the stage and the set is spick and span and clean for moving on to each session once we've had a guest standing alongside Ranga in the studio. We've done that. And so with no further ado, Ranga, let's get back to a lovely clean studio, Sage and yourself.
Thank you, David. Well, I still have the smell of alcohol here, so the whole table has been disinfected. Now, we will continue with a round table, and the title is The Ocean Decade from End to End. And well, if we carefully listen to the previous session with David, we could already see there are certain facets. So the oceans have this economic facet. They stabilize climate, they store carbon, they have a huge biodiversity, until the fact that, well, in summer times, we all know they provide cultural and recreational services. And I think so the biggest challenge in this decade is to take all these effects into account, to find a balance between these different interests. And, well, we would like to dive into this, and I would like to start with the Chief Executive Officer of Fugro, Mark Heine. Now, Fugro itself is a key global player if you look at the generation of data within the oceans. And right now, well, 48% of well, the revenues were with Fugro is from the oil and the gas industry. So I think so, Mark, this means in the next years also a change, a focus towards a different business, a business of sustainability.
Absolutely, Ranga, and thank you so much for the introduction and your question there. It's truly great to be part of this panel and the first International Ocean Decade Conference, and especially, as you said, because Fugro has been involved for decades in collecting ocean data all over the world. And that has been for many different industries. So, as you say, we see a big change in where we use our expertise for measurements around the world for many different end clients, and that has been changing over the last few years very rapidly. Now you see energy coming from different sources. So offshore wind is a very important element where we use our science, our knowledge, our years of experience to collect that information from the ocean floor, and obviously also mapping the oceans in that matter. So it's a very important element of our business, and also you see that changing over time, very much so.
But how do you see the change in the sense that, well, this data was your business, so now we are slowly getting to a stage where we have to share this data, where there is not a business model underlying. Is there any sort of venue, any strategy with Fugro where you would like to head more in that direction?
Yeah, certainly so. So we see opportunities, and they very much relate to the fact that in general, I think there's a growing interest around sustainability in the private sector, and also with Fugro. And ocean businesses are continuously and increasingly looking for ways to participate also in that ocean stewardship, as you can call that. So providing access to that ocean knowledge and data that is already being collected at global scale is one way to accomplish that. But there are also challenges, as you say, some barriers which relate to the fact that obviously there are no actable frameworks that incentivize or motivate the private sector to provide access to that knowledge and that data, and that is, I think, as something that we should work on together, and Fugro can lead by example there.
What is interesting is that if you look at UNEP, they are leading a coordination of the UN Decade of Ecosystems Restoration that is being launched next week. So in parallel, we have on one side, well, the ocean science, on the other side, restoration. And I'm very happy that Inger Andersen, the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Director of the United Nations Environmental Programme, is going to give us some words on this sort of two different aspects which are very important, and on synergies.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at the high-level launch of the UN Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. If we are to realize our vision of living in harmony with nature, science, innovation, and technologies to protect our oceans are vital. We at UNEP speak of a triple planetary crisis: the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and the pollution crisis. Our oceans sit at the nexus of these crises. Human activity has altered more than 66% of the marine environment. Coastal habitats store 10 times more carbon than tropical forests per unit area. Overfishing, land-based pollution, shipping, the ocean is under threat from all quarters. The UN Decade on Ocean Science for Sustainable Development could not have come at a more relevant moment in history, as we seek, as the UN Secretary General has reminded us, to make peace with nature. UNEP is proud to support UNESCO as we take action on ocean science this decade. The Ocean Decade is about the science we need for the ocean we want. So what does this mean? This means connecting the dots between the science on climate and the science of biodiversity so that we can mobilize partnerships and increase investments in priority areas of ocean science. This means investing in a sustainable blue economy that works for people and for the ocean. This means science-based targets that allow for safe operating space for ocean resources. This means unlocking financing for the blue economy, both public and private. This means adopting circular approaches to how we consume and produce on land so that we can stem the flow of marine litter and microplastics into the ocean. And this means improving the nitrogen use efficiency of food systems so that we can avoid runoff into our water bodies, in line with UN resolutions passed at the UN Environment Assembly. And it means investing in nature-based solutions, in coastal ecosystem protection, and in restoration, while simultaneously enhancing the resilience of communities. Finally, in a few days, UNEP, FAO, and partners are pleased to kickstart the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, aiming to prevent, halt, and reverse terrestrial and marine ecosystem degradation. This, along with the UN Decade on Ocean Science and the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that we will agree in Kunming later this year, will allow us to embark on the wise stewardship of our oceans. And not a minute too late. So I thank you all for your commitment, and I look forward to working closely with you as we take forward the agenda for our oceans.
Thank you, Inger Andersen. And now I would like to bring in Heide Hackmann from the International Science Council. And Heide, this morning we all heard the words of Ken Paul. We remember well, this sort of culture in the Atlantic in Canada. And he said a sentence which was quite interesting. Let me quote him. He said, "A lot of times our science isn't there necessarily to understand the ecosystem. It is to help improve economic benefits." Now, in the ears of the International Science Council, this also should mean a change in direction, a change in focus. What is your idea?
Thank you, Ranga. Let me say that it's an honor to be part of today's launch. I am getting strong feedback. I don't know if you're hearing that. Ranga, can you hear me?
Yes, I definitely can hear you. And I can even see you, as we all can, worldwide.
Sorry, I'm getting a feedback, so I'll just go on. I wanted to say that it's a great honor for me to be part of this launch event and to have this opportunity to reaffirm the commitment of the International Science Council, the IST, to supporting the Decade's work and contributing hopefully to its success. Ranga, your question, and I think also this notion of an ocean decade from end to end really speaks to the inherent integrated complexity of the challenge that science now faces seeking to protect and sustainably manage the ocean. A challenge that is not only about producing knowledge that is rigorous and relevant to addressing the interconnected problems we've been hearing about today, but of doing so in ways that seamlessly connect science to policy and practice across timescales, across levels of governance and context of application. And this challenge for me, and your question indeed, speaks to the urgent need for us to understand what it's going to take to unleash the transformative potential of science. Potential that clearly for us lies in the extent to which we can collaborate internationally, but as we do so, the extent to which we can deliver on the imperatives of inclusivity, integration, and openness of our science systems. And now, a lot has been said on those three imperatives. So just very briefly on inclusivity, this is not only about bringing together the knowledge, the expertise, the perspectives, insights, and approaches of the full diversity of the world's scientific communities, but also within those communities of scientific voices that have often remained marginalized. On integration, it's about harnessing the contributions of all scientific fields. Somebody earlier today talked about the importance of the social sciences, and I think here it is really about ensuring that we invest adequately in bringing that social, human scientific knowledge to this ocean decade, knowledge that is essentially geared to understanding and changing the essential conditions that hold unsustainable, unjust systems in place. And then a lot has been said about the need for openness, a commitment to providing access to the public record of science, to data sharing, and of course to the effective engagement of science with policy and the wider publics that have been mentioned in the previous session. Now, we know that these imperatives are embedded in the vision and the mission of the Ocean Decade. And indeed, they're embedded in the vision and the mission of the ISC, which is to advance science as a global public good. But I feel like I should add a word of caution, and I think this has filtered through also in the discussions today. It would be remiss of us to underestimate the extent to which our current global science systems inhibit the realization of those imperatives and thus inhibit the transformative potential for science. Business as usual science, a lot of our science today remains organized in silos. It is often fragmented and duplicative. It's disconnected from urgent societal needs like the needs of the ocean. It is elitist and ineffective sometimes in its engagement with society. It can be exclusionary.
In other words, what your clear message is, we have to be more open. Let me just bring in another voice, because we also want to be open in this very global session. And I would like to bring in Stuart Minchin. He's Director General of the Pacific Community, because, well, we heard many voices from Pacific communities saying that, well, they were overlooked in the last decade. So this really has to change, isn't it, Stuart?
Yes, absolutely, Ranga. And what I'd say, to set a bit of context, the Pacific region has some of the lowest capacity in ocean science in the world. And bearing in mind our commitment to leave no one behind, our region really needs global support for this effort. We have the largest ecosystem on the planet in the Pacific Ocean, a hugely significant global resource for food systems, for safe transport and trade, individual ecosystem services, and resilient capacity. And our people in this region have been responsible custodians of our oceans for millennia, and really take that personally as a commitment for our region. Our Pacific people view their custodianship of the ocean as very important. So how can the Ocean Decade really generate, the policies that we need and translate science into policy? It's really, we're going to need capacity building in our region to make sure that there are receivers of this knowledge embedded within the governments in the region that can understand the science that's being generated. We need to be collaborating between the many countries in our region, and our countries are already talking about our Pacific region as the blue continent, a system of large ocean states rather than being thought of as small islands. And collaboration on the ocean is actually quite natural for our region. We need
just
to
interrupt
translate
you at that moment, because I would like to pick up a question from our upvoting and directly ask you that question, because the question is, which ecosystems should be the priority targets of research and management during the Ocean Decade? So by what I understand, your words say, look more at, I don't know, the Pacific? What would be your answer?
Yes, absolutely. I think the Pacific is both threatened at this point in time. It's going to be where we see most of the immediate impacts of climate change becoming reality. We are seeing already threats through issues like climate change to sovereignty in our region, maritime boundaries, to the impact on fishing rights over time. We're anticipating movement of the tuna stocks in our region due to global warming. We're obviously seeing challenges with sea level rise and inundation and the impact on things like water supply and agriculture. So the oceans have a critical role to play in our region. We live with the ocean on a daily basis in the Pacific, and really it is a region that needs global support. Because we are going to wear the first impacts of.
I think so. I think so. This morning we all understood well that this region is feeling it first. I want to pick up a word by Heide, which was the term silos. So, well, within science, you know, sometimes we are blind, myself being also a scientist. And I would like to take in Bruno Oberle, because I think so what is very important in the next years is to interlink scientific knowledge with, for example, NGOs and so on, so to really open up. And we have an interesting statement by Bruno Oberle, the Director General, International Union for Conservation of Nature.
Ocean science is crucial to meet societal needs. A solution-oriented and integrated ocean science agenda can generate new ideas, innovative technologies, and improved assessments to meet Sustainable Development Goals 14 of the 2030 Agenda. IUCN is excited about the opportunities that the UN Decade on Ocean Science for Sustainable Development will bring, and we look forward to collaborating and contributing with our ocean programs for the decade to succeed. And for the decade to succeed, it is paramount to advance more integrated science agendas and to have all agencies involved, including civil society and NGOs. These people are supporting and implementing important activities whose results can greatly benefit the decade. I specifically want to acknowledge the role of women in ocean science and to emphasize how important it is to increase our understanding of the ocean to inform climate policy making. The ocean is an integral part of our climate system, and we need to have a more in-depth knowledge of the ocean head and carbon cycles and the ocean's opportunity as a climate solution. The ocean already suffers heavily from ocean warming, acidification, and deoxygenation. The last things we want is more CO2 in the ocean. We need to better understand how the ocean is doing as a whole, so we can judge what global mitigation action are still needed. Probably much more than what it is currently offered by governments around the world. The global stocktake measures how the world is doing on reaching the goals of the Paris Agreement. IUCN, with some of its members and partners, yesterday launched a new report called Unpacking the Global UNFCCC Stocktake for Ocean Climate Action. This new report shows what is missing, where improvements are needed, and where we are doing well in terms of ocean science and data, and how such information will be considered in coming assessment of the global stocktake. I encourage everyone to look at it and consider it. The Ocean Decade does provide a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for nations to work together to generate the ocean science that we need for the ocean that we want. And IUCN is 100% behind you, and together we will provide a common framework to ensure that ocean science can fully support countries' action to sustainably manage the ocean and to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno Oberle. Now, let me just sort of, get down to the table. I mean, sometimes there are things which are sort of dependent, where we have causalities. One simple example is, well, many people say they don't want to eat meat, so we have an increase in seafood, and this resulted in the expansion of industrial fishing. And if you just once think of the fact that, well, 60% of this fishing is taking place in the global ocean beyond national jurisdiction, we can see here that, well, my dish at the afternoon has something to do with a global problem. And I would like to bring in Guillermo Ortuno Crespo. He is I think so, a maritime scientist. He studied there, and he is also, well, a member of a young generation who, I think so, has to take things in hand. Guillermo.
Certainly, and thank you very much for bringing me in today. And you're absolutely right that humans have become an ocean-dwelling species over the last few decades. We have expanded our activities into the open ocean to a space where, when the Law of the Sea was drafted, we never thought that we could impact that other half of the planet, 201 nautical miles into the open ocean. And as we move forward with these new global multi-annual challenges and processes, I think it's fundamental to bring in the next generation of ocean professionals and to train them appropriately to be able to translate science into decision-making. In order to understand what science we need for the ocean we want, we have to be integrated into these important conversations and learn about the complexities and some of these intricacies.
I think so. What is very important also within this decade is that we should not only make peace with nature, but also we have to learn to cooperate. And I would like to come back to Mark Heine, because we have an interesting question in our upvoting system. So it's not my question, it's your questions, you, the audience. And the question is, the Ocean Decade will generate a wealth of new knowledge and data. How do we ensure open access, that these data are available to all, and that the resulting findings serve the goals of sustainability? Mark, do you have any clear strategy how you will go on, how you will open up these treasures of data which you are mining?
Yeah, thank you very much. A very good question. And I think Fugro, being world's leading geodata specialist, we believe that we can be a leading party in the private sector there to support and participate in the Ocean Decade, especially where we talk about contributions of data that is already collected, and I think we can show there. And lead by example what that could mean to the Ocean Decade. And I think it's our task to work together with the organization, the Ocean Decade organization, and also the public and private sector customers to proactively look for these private partnership opportunities and help to develop frameworks, I would say, that can be used by others as well, that eventually create a culture of providing public access to private ocean data. And I think it's an enormous challenge. It was mentioned already today, and it can only be overcome by joint effort between the private and the public sector, and we need to find ways to and the resolution of data that can be publicly shared and joined in one database or several databases that are joined up in a later phase. And I think Fugro is very committed to support there, also to lead by example and to help the organization to build a framework to see how we can achieve that.
But we heard this morning that sometimes we need something like taboo zones. Now, what I could imagine is if you gather a lot of data, naturally, you would also find data which perhaps is commercially quite interesting. How do you sort of set some priority that the goal sustainability is not lost on the way?
Yeah, I think what we have to do there is sometimes disconnect what you collect for a particular client or for a particular meaning or a particular project. And I think the private sector should realize that they contribute and that they sit on a huge, valuable set of data that can actually be of a lot of value to the Ocean Decade Initiative. Even if you share it in a lower resolution, sometimes it can still be very valuable. You don't necessarily have to have centimeter accuracy data that is maybe acquired for a certain project that you could sell commercially, obviously, because the private sector is in a business environment as well there. But then the data can be shared maybe at lower resolution, joined up, and still be benefited from a science perspective. And I think that knowledge should be brought across, and we need to find the communication and the systems to really encourage everybody to participate, and we play a leading role there. And I think we need to convince others in the private sector to participate. And if we do it jointly, then I think we can achieve a lot. And then it doesn't have to be necessarily a conflict. It can be actually a win-win situation.
Yes. I would like to still address one question to Heide, because well, being a science journalist myself, naturally you know how scientific projects are being funded, and there is always a touch of, well, national interest within science funding. Now, we heard that we have this discrepancy between rich and poor nations. How can we ensure that the science in the next 10 years is going to be a science for everybody? How can we include the poorer nations?
Ranga, I'm happy to say that through the ISC and in collaboration with funders from different parts of the world, there is now an initiative called the Global Forum of Funders. This is where funders from not only the national research funders, but also international development agencies and private foundations are collaborating in order to accelerate and amplify the impact of their funding sustainability science initiatives. And they have recognized the need to collaborate in what is called a decade of global sustainability science and science funding action. And I think the issues of global knowledge divides is really high on the agenda of that group. So we are hopeful. We are working with them to identify critical missions that give those funders who are not used to working together across those funding communities a sense of common purpose. And so watch the space. It's an important issue.
Well, in science you have the term Lackmus test, which is interestingly enough a German word. And the Lackmus test of this sort of cooperation, I mean, in 10 years when I would go back to Stuart and ask him, well, did this really work out? Did you feel an impact of the decade? What is going to be your answer, Stuart?
Yeah, well, hopefully it's going to be very positive. But I think it's also important for our region to not just recognise that this is not a one-way journey of science informing our region, but also there's a lot of traditional knowledge in our region built up over millennia that we could make use of in the global science community about our oceans. So I just wanted to point that out. It's often, so success for me in 10 years' time would be that we have operational ocean science to support decision-making of our member countries in this region, but that it's done in a way that makes use of their Indigenous traditional knowledge, cultures and traditions to actually create sustainable policies for managing this region.
Well, this is a very important aspect which you raised, because throughout the day we have heard the voices of, well, the local people, the people who really depend on the seas. I remember this young woman from Mauritius, for example. How is there a system, is there a grammar, how at the end we can implement on one side this old local knowledge and on the other side the cold, I don't know, satellite data of new scientific findings? How do we merge these two quite different cultures?
I think that's a really great question. What I would say is that collecting data is only the first step of a journey to creating knowledge, information, and ultimately wisdom. And that in many cases, our Indigenous societies have already reached that wisdom point. And there's a lot for us to gather from that. So our focus in the Pacific is not just about sharing and collecting data, it's about transforming that data into decision-ready tools and products that can generate knowledge, information and wisdom. And I think by focusing on moving up that value chain, we create a connection point between that Indigenous knowledge and the raw data that we're able to collect through modern technology.
One more question to Guillermo, because while I'm a father of 4 children, I can see the next generation looks and wants to take action. I mean, we just remember before the corona crisis, we had worldwide Fridays for Future, the young people standing up now. Guillermo, as I presume you're the youngest in this round, and definitely, well, something like an ambassador of these young people, is there a change also in the way you want to go about it? Is this less science for science sake, but more science in order to really take action, to formulate laws and so on?
Certainly. I think we live in a time where we don't really have a choice. When I was a kid, I thought I would be a marine biologist just for the sake of being a marine biologist. But as I proceeded with my education, I realized that the type of knowledge I need to generate has to be actionable. We don't have any time to waste. I cannot be a disciplinary scientist or even an interdisciplinary scientist. I need to be a transdisciplinary scientist who understands the unique legal, socioeconomic landscape of the system I work in, and make sure that whatever knowledge I produce and communicate fits into that ecosystem of stakeholders and different actors. So I think this next generation is ready to take on this challenge, especially if the international community does what the Ocean Decade is doing here today, making us part of the conversation. We're not checking a box. There's several early career professionals that are taking part of these panels as equals. And I think we have to replicate that model across global or regional processes, from government to industry to civil society. We are, for better or worse, the ones who have to receive that baton and think about not only 2030, but beyond 2030. So the sooner we start to train this next generation to be capable of writing scientific papers, but also policy briefs and being able to communicate with industry leaders, I think the smoother the transition will be and closer we'll be to meeting our SDG commitments.
But Guillermo, does that mean that, well, in some areas, exactly this sort of grammar is very well established? If I look at, well, classical science, you have all the publications and all that, that's known. In industry, you have something similar. But now, must we work on a new grammar where we include these other voices and where we don't make the same mistake as we did in the past of ignoring them? So I once again would like to come back to Stuart. How do we include the voices of, well, the local people, which we heard, and I think so, which have a century-old knowledge of the ocean, or at least the strip of ocean in front of their own house door? How can we include that to be a voice which is strong enough to be heard internationally?
Look, I think that's a great question. In the Pacific, many of these cultures are supported by oral languages. So there's not a written history. Much of this learning is passed on from generation to generation in practice and is still actively used today. But it's at risk of being lost at the moment. And there's a huge opportunity for us through the Decade of Ocean Science to systematically and sensitively capture, verify and include some of that Indigenous science into our knowledge base. A great example recently was some work done to look at traditional navigation charts that were shared by some of our Micronesian and Marshall Island people, and a collaboration happened with oceanographers that was able to work out how those navigation charts helped the local seafarers to navigate between islands based solely on the feeling that they felt of the pattern of the waves, upwind of islands, for example. So there is huge knowledge to be gained, but we've got to actually act now to capture this before it dies out.
It is so interesting because I had a look at Mark Heine, who was nodding the whole time. So I think Fugro is going to get into a new business. Well, looking and hearing, listening the Indigenous voices. Well, I would love to continue, but time is an imperative, and we all need a small break. At 2:35 we will continue. David is going to continue, so grab a cup of tea, cup of coffee, cup of, I don't know, whatever, and we'll meet back. And I would once again like to thank you all for the various facets you have put into this interesting discussion. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us once again. I have to say, the sound of that water gently lapping up on the beach is very restful. The sound of the clock ticking down to the next session hopefully gets you back on your mettle. And we're going to be discussing in this roundtable mobilizing resources and partnerships for decade actions. And to do that, I have a phenomenal panel, in fact, in front of me, all live to discuss the key issues affecting particularly their sectors. So the first thing I'm going to do is go around the houses and introduce you all, and perhaps get a little wave out of you so we know who is whom from the start. And I'd like to start with Ulrike de Sona, who is the Chief Communications, Brand and Sustainability Officer and member of AXA's Management Committee. Ulrike, delighted to see you there. Taylor Gels is, she's a friend of mine, actually. She's also the program manager for the Shipping Decarbonisation Initiative at the Aspen Institute. And I do have to plug her American Shoreline podcast. Well worth a listen. Take the opportunity. We're also joined by Professor Gideon Henderson. Gideon, thank you very much indeed for your time. Chief Scientific Advisor with the UK Government's Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and we'll expand a little bit more on the role that you can play and help us with in the course of this round table. And Jan Olahusby is also with us. Jan, very good to see you. Thanks for giving us your time as Global Head of Ocean Industries Division at the DNB Bank ASA. Now, Ulrike, I'm going to start with you, if I may, because AXA is seen as a lead partner in terms of this decade of ocean science, focusing on issues of ocean risk, ocean literacy actions as well. Just explain a little bit in simple terms, if you can, the importance for you, for AXA, of having improved ocean knowledge within your industry.
Of course, thank you very much for having me on this important day. We're very proud to be partnering with everybody around this event for the launch of the Ocean Decade. I mean, for sure, our prisma to the world is risks. And so all the changes we're seeing, which are affecting oceans globally due to climate change, or which are accelerating climate change, and which can be due also to other social and economic factors, are to us elements of change we need to see through a sort of double risk lens, both on the liability side. If we look at some, new vulnerabilities, which we are seeing really accelerating, when we look at coastal communities and the cost of ocean rising, but also on the asset side, insurers are also investors, and we have to look also at whole sectors which might be at risk due to the changes that are affecting oceans worldwide, and to monitor that, to be able to first, exert our fiduciary duty with our customers and our investors. We need to better understand, and also in terms of putting together and proposing new solutions which can build long-term resilience. We do think that ocean knowledge is absolutely critical. This is why we're leading the development of a coastal risk index, which will help assess a sort of comparison in terms of how we model ocean risks without any ecosystemic solutions. Versus mitigation of ocean risk when those ecosystemic solutions might exist. So as you see, very linked to our business, but also very linked to the more long-term purpose of AXA as a company, very engaged in fighting climate change through our business and through our different levers.
Yeah, so you can see the benefit of improved scientific understanding in terms of mitigating some of those risks, in which case, how do you then increase your collaboration with the scientific community? Because as you say, it's a sort of win-win.
Absolutely. And we have had this conviction about partnering much more strongly with the scientific community a long time ago. We launched in 2007 a project which is still up and running, which is the AXA Research Fund, which is about committing funding in a purely philanthropic way to research on risks across the world. Of course, climate, nature, biodiversity is one of the key pillars because it corresponds to one of the main risks we face, along with health risks and socioeconomic risks. And we have seen really the benefit of not only promoting and supporting financially researchers who can enlighten us and shed new light on those risks to help decision making, to help our experts, but also feeding back with the data that we as experts, as practitioners of new types of risks can share with them. This is really, as you say, a pure win-win situation. So we have committed over 10 million euros to science on oceans since the research fund was launched. This year, we're very proud. We launched a new chair with the University of California in Santa Cruz with Mike Beck, the professor who is chairing a new project for coastal resilience. And we do, through our AXA XL subsidiary, also sponsor PhD and young researchers to attract them towards helping understand better the science around oceans. So we really believe in this shared knowledge that can help both academia and practitioners as well as decision makers.
Okay, thanks very much, Ulrika. I'm going to come back to you before. I appreciate you have to go at some point, but I've got another point I want to get to you on. Before, though, I want to turn to Jan Husby, if I can. Jan, we can look at this from the financial perspective as well, the investment perspective, if you like. We just heard Ulrika putting out her insurance case, if you like. But how do you view it at the bank? I mean, you're involved in shipping, seafood, I see, oil and gas and offshore services, the whole gamut, really, and they're not all immediately recognizable as eco-friendly, I think it's fair to say at this stage. But do you look at supporting these areas, investing in them, as good business, as positive investments, or really as sort of lost leaders for a good name? Oh, I think you might be muted, Jan. You might be on mute.
I apologize. Thank you for the question. Obviously, you pointed out that we are definitely very much involved with all of these ocean-related industries, and we have the ambition to continue to be involved in these ocean-related industries. And I would argue that there is a fantastic potential in the oceans if it's done in a sustainable way, and obviously that we will have to learn as we go along. And there are several dilemmas which has been touched upon here earlier today, and which we will continue to touch upon as we go forward. But I think, for us, it's about transforming the industries as they are now into a sustainable future, and that is definitely about supporting the new good ideas, but also to help the incumbents and the existing players to change into a new kind of reality. And I think it's not just us as a bank. This is for the entire capital community to participate in, all the way from the equity part, through bonds, through banks, obviously, but also governmental bodies like the ECAs will have to participate in this transition.
Right. Sorry to interrupt then, Jan. In which case, do you look to key determinants, if you like, for where you would support, where you would invest, rather than necessarily a sort of a business and finance benefit?
Yeah, for a bank and for an investor, the profitability aspect is always there, and I think it will continue to be important, obviously in this context as well. I think it's more about choosing the one that proves that they are willing and want to make a difference into this new reality, I think, and support them rather than excluding everyone else. But I think for those who are not proving that they want to change and they really mean it, for them capital will eventually become scarce, and that's how I think it will be regulated. So for us, it's about focusing on those proving that they are there to make a difference.
Yeah, I think that's again the point. Nice to hear, leave no one behind, but also if you're not frankly, jumping on this bandwagon, you will get left behind. It seems to be a fairly clear financial imperative to that as well. Jan, thanks for that. Now, I just want to turn the corner a little bit and get a government perspective, but particularly from Portugal, which has been so instrumental, of course, in leading up to this launch. And we can hear now from Ricardo Serrao Santos, who is the Minister of the Sea.
Dear all, it is a true pleasure to speak at this first International Ocean Decade Conference. Today, we welcome this decade in a momento where the ocean is finally being recognized as a fundamental piece for the stability and wealth of our planet. A few years ago, the ocean was not truly in the international governance agenda for sustainable development, but I must say I was shocked to confirm the ocean was barely present in the Paris Agreement. I do think the Agenda 2030 was a turning point, with the ocean getting a standalone goal for the sustainable development, this well-known SDG 14. This was the first time the ocean entered global development agendas with such an identity. And now, a decade of ocean science for sustainable development, putting a great deal of importance on scientific knowledge to conduct our efforts in transforming societies to a better relation with the environment and its services. This session of today is about engagement and partnerships, which are fundamental in tackling global issues as the ocean has no boundaries. Therefore, efforts have to be coordinated globally, but applied regionally, nationally, and locally. This applies to this major endeavor of performing an ocean science decade. I must address a word of recognition to the IOC for putting up a governance structure that certainly will be successful in performing the task of coordinating at various levels decade actions. Concerning the Ocean Decade Alliance, I'm very proud to recall that in last February, our Portuguese president has joined it. In fact, Portugal has supported this decade since the beginning and will continue to do so. We had a session in 2020 to raise awareness for this United Nations decade. We had the pleasure of involving the Executive Secretary of the IOC and dear friend Vladimir Ryabinin with us. We are paving our way to create a National Decade Committee in strong collaboration with the Portuguese Committee of IOC and its chair, Luís Menezes Pinheiro. We will have the second United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon next year, as government representatives of the world will be in Lisbon next year, highlighting the decade as the only universal United Nations Ocean Science Initiative is of extreme importance to promote partnerships at the highest level. The importance of science-based decision must be translated to citizens in all spectrum of the society in order to have citizens understand and support political and management measures for sustainable development. Therefore, engaging mechanisms of the decade must be designed to reach the overall society. This is why outcome 7 of the decade, an inspiring and engaging ocean, is of crucial significance. Building this rational and emotional connection of the people to the ocean will put the planet in safe track. I very much cherish programs of ocean literacy. Engagement mechanisms par excellence, as the Blue School we run here in Portugal. And last week, I acknowledge the 400 challenge Portuguese students have debated in the past few months for a better ocean in 2030. Well, as a final note, I would like to highlight the importance of skills, knowledge, and technology being accessible for all. This is one of the top 10 decade challenges that I consider transformational: equity between nations in their ability to perform ocean research, both in terms of human resource and also in terms of infrastructures. In fact, it is often the poorest and least empowered countries that suffer most from global environment threats. And they must be able to face these threats the best way possible and in international cooperation and good science. The Ocean Decade, as a global United Nations initiative to boost ocean science across the world, is an excellent platform to put ocean science in the service of sustainable development, truly for all. Thank you very much.
Thanks there to Minister Santos. I'm going to move on to our other panelists, but Ulrika, I know you're going any second, so very quick question, very quick answer. COVID has been a huge challenge for the insurance sector. I think everyone will recognize that. Has that altered the business case for the Ocean Decade from your perspective?
I would say, Gideon, on our side, everything we do around creating, solutions, investments that can go into a more, I would say, mitigating all those environmental and climate risk and social risks linked to that has continued going on. And if any, it has probably only even increased the sense of responsibility and of urgency the industry has. And on our side, this is what is also today driving us to contribute as much as we can to the Ocean Decade. As you know, we have partnered with UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission to develop an ocean literacy toolkit for governments as part of this focus of the UN Decade on driving ocean literacy. We really want to put, I would say, our learnings, our expertise, and our means together with the broader partners who can really make a difference. I really believe this is one of those fronts on which the private sector has to work together with intergovernmental organizations to really reap all the sources of investment, of innovation and expertise we have to bring concrete change and so to mitigate those risks.
Yeah, more of a long-term perspective than what's happened in the last 15 to 18 months. Ulrika, thank you very much indeed for that. I'm going to hurry along a bit now because Taylor is also waiting to join in the discussion here. Taylor Geltz is one of the leading figures in the Decade's early career ocean professionals grouping and an understanding of what is required from the likes of you, Taylor, and your many cohorts. But I just wonder, how difficult do you find it, or have you found it, to have an influence coming from where you are in your career, I guess?
Yeah, that's a great question, David, and really important to think about is the fact that I've been able to be involved and included in the Decade because it was my full-time job for a year, that I was lucky to have that kind of time in order to build relationships and build partnerships and get things moving forward. But many other early career ocean professionals don't have the same advantage. And I think that that's a real harm to them and their professional development, but also the Decade overall. The fact that
Taylor, what is holding that back? What is doing it? Is it mindset?
I think it's partially mindset, but also concretely, these are additional volunteer actions that many early career ocean professionals are taking. That it's not part of their full-time jobs. It's not part of their technical evaluations that they do, at the end of each year with their bosses. The fact that this isn't included in their performance reviews, similar to academia when people do outreach and engagement and it's not included in their tenure packages. It's the same thing when you think more broadly for early career ocean professionals, that if people are looking to develop our generation into going towards 2030 and beyond, It needs to be part of our jobs to think about partnerships, think about ways to better utilize resources that allow us to be this kind of innovative, intergenerational, interdisciplinary generation that we're turning into, and use that to our advantage and to everyone's advantage.
Well, you've got gathered around you in the screen some of the people who are able to put resource to these sorts of things. What's your biggest need?
I think thinking about the decade overall, it's really important that any sort of funding that goes forward includes requirements almost for intergenerational diversity, that people, we're all creatures of habit. And so we'll work together with the same group of, 5, 10 people in universities throughout our whole careers. So if there's not a requirement to include and involve early career ocean professionals, then things shouldn't get funding to go forward. That big decade programs, big decade actions need to have that representativeness so that by the time you get to 2030, that there's maybe been people that have been working on it since today, since the beginning, that we can have that kind of continuity throughout the decade, but then looking forward that people in my generation can say, we were here at the beginning and this is how we did the ocean decade and this is how we need to do better going forward.
Well, there's a good, clear message there. I'm going to move on to Professor Gideon Henderson. Gideon, thank you for being with us and for being so patient as we've run through some of these points. Look, you're a geochemist. You focus on, I understand, low temperature geochemistry, the carbon cycle, the oceans, understanding the mechanisms driving climate change. So you are perfectly positioned within the UK government's responsibilities now with the G7 to look at the way in which that plan is going. What are the goals for the G7?
Thank you, David, and thank you to everyone for organising this event. It's wonderful to be part of it. As you've pointed out, I'm not only a policy-facing person through my government role, but I have a background in ocean geochemistry. And this gives me a real appreciation of the fact that the ocean science is critical for bringing together policy and scientific agendas. And also that agenda needs to be pursued internationally. So organisations such as G7 have a clear role to play in it. The background screen I'm using reflects another talk that I'm giving today to a G7 brokered meeting, brokered by the Future of the Seas and Oceans Initiative, organised in 2016 by the Japanese presidency of G7. And that's one example that this meeting I'm speaking to has drawn together science across the international framework to look at Argo floats, this very valuable way in which we get data about the oceans and its biogeochemistry. So there are many other examples of why you need to bring together international science and feed it into the process of governing and managing the ocean. And that's why the UN Decade is such an important aspect, really, is science for sustainable development. So I haven't actually answered your specific questions. Let me just come on and do that. I've been
well, it's all right, but look, I want to move on a little bit here because, crudely speaking, the G7 is seen by many around the world as the deep pockets brigade. How do you see your work right now with the G7 in terms of bringing closer together developed and developing and working in concert?
I think that an answer to that is to point to publications from the G7 this year under the UK presidency, where the overall environmental ministers' communique makes very clear the ambitions around looking after nature globally. And clearly that's a process that can't just be done by the G7 countries, but has to be done by all nations around the world. And that certainly reflects the oceans. So the G7 ambition includes things which are germane to all countries, including areas like the agreement to protect 30% of the oceans by 2030, to tackle marine litter, which have got ramifications across the world, and to support nature-based solutions, which are often best applied in low and middle income countries. And then another thing I'm excited about in the communique is the agreed ambition of the G7 to tackle climate change, which of course is such a stressor on the ocean system, and to tackle it through agreed net zero commitments from those countries. And that will make a substantial difference to the whole planet. And finally, in answer to that
get
question, let me just point out the fact that there's also an agreement about the UN Decade Navigation Plan, and clearly in support of the launch of this UN Decade, the G7 agreeing that they should do that we should do more.
I mean, you get the oceans clearly by the nature of your work and your background. Do you feel the G7 does? You've just talked about climate change. The oceans have to fight for space in terms of people's awareness, don't they?
They do, but I think if you look at the communiques that have been published 10 days ago, they demonstrate commitment. So the overall agreement, the environmental ministers' agreement, has oceans scattered throughout it, demonstrating that they are aware of the need to look after the oceans, has a dedicated section on required ocean action. And there is a separate communique around the G7 support for an Ocean Decade Navigation Plan. And that lays out some of the things that we really would like to see happen to the ocean to support and protect them. Things like better ocean observation, better understanding of ocean indicators, establishment of a shared digital twin so we can share data across all nations more easily, and an assessment about how we can move shipping and indeed oceanography towards net zero. So I think all of that stuff's written into the G7 agreements and demonstrates that the ocean is getting the recognition that it so clearly needs.
You know, I was just about to shout out to see how much more time we've got from the gallery, and I got a word in my ear, time's up. I don't know where it's gone. Look, thank you so much for your contributions there. It is a launch, and the value of a launch is that it sparks multiple conversations around the globe. So many thanks indeed as we look at the ways of mobilizing resources. To all of you for this panel, much appreciated for your time and your expertise. And Ranga, let me throw back to you in the studio.
Thank you, David, as time goes by. But what a day, what a richness of different inspiring talks. And well, within this decade, we're going to see one thing, a multitude of activities. And I would like to focus on one specific activity, which is the Ocean Decade Laboratories. So you have, it's like a big tree, and there is one branch I would like to look or have a close look on, and I would like to do that together with Professor Dr. Colin Devey. He's known here in Germany, naturally, because he's professor at GEOMA, which is part of the Helmholtz Center for Ocean Research in Kiel, Germany. Hello, Devey. Now, my question is Ocean Decade outcomes. Well, we have this multitude of activities. You can give us a brief overview of what we can all expect in the next months and years.
Yeah, the decade was defined around several outcomes, like where do we want to be in 2030? Things like a predicted ocean, a clean ocean, a healthy ocean, a safe ocean, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously, today is the launch, and we've not been maybe looking at that in as much detail as there is available. And the idea of the laboratories is really to try and focus on those outcomes. Where are we? Where do we want to be? And how do we get there? So looking to get more people involved, to get more financing involved, to get more initiatives involved, to get more ideas involved. I think we've seen today the number of people who've participated here has been fantastic, and I've been reading the chat all the time and thinking those are all ideas that up to present in the planning of the decade maybe haven't come up, or a new twist. So there's lots to do, and this laboratory is really taking the outcomes and drilling down into them to see how do we get from where we are today to where we want to be in 2030, which is with a healthy and a resilient and a clean and a safe ocean.
So there are different aspects. This is sort of science in a very broad view. If you look at these laboratories, I mean, can you give us a really concrete view of, well, what is going to happen where? Is there a timeline? I don't know. Did you set up some sort of a schedule?
Yes, we have a schedule. And I have to say these laboratories are one of the advantages of the pandemic, because we're going to be doing the outcomes of the decade in 48-hour blocks, one for each outcome, globally. So everybody gets the chance to be involved. Everybody gets to do something in their time zone. I don't know when I'm going to sleep during those 48 hours, but we'll work that out. And we have actually a little film that can actually show how these laboratories are set up. So if we want to go to that, we can have a look at the film.
Sure.
I'll talk over the back of it so you know.
Okay. So we're just waiting for the pictures, but the film is certainly going to come.
Okay, I think it's running off now. So the idea of these laboratories is to get the world together, if you like, around the questions that we have, the outcomes that we have, which you can see here. There are a total of 7 of them. And each laboratory is a self-contained unit consisting of a core event and then several satellite activities. Now, the core event is going to be organized by the First International Decade Conference organization, but the satellite activities are a bit of a free-for-all for stakeholders interested in getting involved in the Ocean Decade. And as I said before, these will all take place within 48 hours. Now, what the satellite activities will be, that's up to the proponents. There are really there's no rules to what a satellite activity could be. And I would hope they'll be very diverse. So the ultimate aim is to provide people to network opportunities to get involved. So if you want to get involved, look, there's a call out now for the first 3 laboratories, and there'll be another call coming out in October for these satellite activities. And once we've had the core activities and satellite activities, we'll bring it all together in a wrap-up. And we'll do that then for each of the 7 outcomes that we were looking at, which are listed on the screen now. Also, there is the dates that the first ones are going to be happening on. So I really hope people get involved in these satellite activities and join us on this fascinating journey to get to the ocean we want, the ocean we need.
Thank you, Colin. So in other words, well, we've got the internet address and we can then see this huge multitude of, well, different activities going on. So this is the first day, but there are more events to come. Well, we are slowly here in Berlin and in London and worldwide reaching the finale. And, well, we are waiting for the final statements. And I once again, for the last time today, I will hand over to my colleague, David.
And thanks very much indeed, Ranga. Yes, this is the first cohort, if you like, of these final statements, pulling together so much of what we've heard in the course of this launch and giving us direction for where to go next. Can I just say I'm absolutely delighted and obliged to Colin Deevy for spelling out the way in which the laboratories are going to work. He did it far better than I could. And I think what you get from that is a sense of something that will be actionable. It's going to be dynamic. It's going to involve real people putting forward real solutions which can then be worked upon. So I think that's a key element that will move this whole process forward, and doing so pretty much straight away as well. Look, let me just introduce our speakers for these final statements. They're key speakers in terms of where this is all coming from. And the first we're going to hear from is Gesine Meissner. Gesine is the chair of the German National Committee, and a time, Gesine, for you in just a second to express your views. Julien Barbier is with us as head of marine policy and the regional coordination section at the International Ocean Commission within UNESCO. Julien, good to see you. We're also going to hear from Maya Gebera. Now, if you don't know Maya, she's a 2-time world record holder in the big wave surfing. Big is an understatement. These are huge waves, so she's quite a surfer, but she is also an Oceania ambassador and a campaigner for the protection of our ocean. And Tando Mazomba. Tando, thank you for being with us as well. An early career ocean professional with the South African All-Atlantic Ocean Youth organization, and ambassador for that group. So first of all, let me turn to you, Gesine Meissner, with your final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, first of all, I must say it's a pleasure and it's an honor to be in this beautiful conference, because it's really what was said. I try not to repeat, although so many things are so important that I would like to repeat everything. I can just say that in my eyes, this 10 years, this decade is a big big chance really to take as many as people as possible on board to make really globally a community of friends of the ocean. That's one very important thing. Besides, of course, to improve the knowledge about the ocean. We know more about the moon than about the ocean, and that is not the right thing we should go forward with. So we need data. And in Germany or in Europe, we quite often talk about the Green Deal we need for the world and for the future. And I always underline we need really a blue deal, or better said, a Green Deal can never succeed without a blue part, a big blue part. Regarding Germany, well, as I'm representing right now our national committee, we are in our national committee a multi-stakeholder group, so to say. That's good because we can look at the whole problem from different angles. And I think our most important job is really a coordination, because in Germany, we have a lot of research going on, a lot of institutes like the GEOMA, for example. We just heard the professor of the GEOMA. And really, it's important to coordinate everything that's going on and to transfer it to really everybody. Otto von Bismarck once said, German people are sitting with a back to the sea and looking towards Italy through the mountain. And that should be changed. So many people in my country don't have an idea about the importance of the ocean for our future, about the beauty and about the needs of the oceans. And so we have to do a lot in raising awareness, what was already said about ocean literacy, and really to visibility. Because if you know something, if you are informed, and then maybe you can love something. And what you love, you will protect. And I think we really do need a whole community of ocean lovers and ocean protectors, just in order to really have a sustainable development of the beauty of the sea and all the treasures. And I hope that we can do all together really a lot in order to achieve this aim.
I think, Gesine, that is a message that has come through loud and clear in the course of this launch, and you've summarized it just beautifully. Thank you very much indeed. Julien, I want to turn to you, Julien Barbier. I mean, you have decades in this field. Frankly, you've had years building up to this decade as well. I mean, you'll be one of those who'll be very glad to just sit back, take a breath when we've got over this hurdle, but you've got to head towards the rest of what is to come. My goodness, it's a big challenge. But what are your summary filings from what you've had?
Thank you very much, David. And indeed, no time to rest. We're only starting. But it's so great to see so many of our partners, who have been working with us over the last 3 years in making this decade a reality. And I think what we've heard today reminds us that this decade needs to be a decade of action. And we are very encouraged by the high response demonstrating huge interest across the world in being part of this Ocean Decade knowledge revolution. I'm glad to report that following our first call for action, we received a high diversity of proposals for decade actions, very diverse in terms of geographies, but also in terms of the type of proponents coming from scientists, governments, NGOs, private sectors, UN agencies, and others. I think that really demonstrates the ambition of a decade, both in terms of the huge reach and the potential for really engaging actors across the globe. As we've indicated at the beginning of this event, I'm pleased to report that on the 8th of June, on World Ocean Day, we will be announcing the first set of decade endorsed programs. And these cover all 10 Ocean Decade challenges. We will have programs highlighting the need for deep sea research and management. It'll be about mapping the ocean floor and all the applications for ocean conservation, better understanding the pressures on the ecosystems, whether it's acidification or underwater noise, how we build this infrastructure and tools for observations and prediction, and really ensuring this accessibility of ocean data for all end users. The aspects highlighting cultural values of the ocean, whether it's in terms of cultural heritage or ocean literacy. We will have programs addressing coastal resilience, as well as, of course, this notion of inclusivity, whether in the engagement of early career ocean professionals, genders, but also addressing the needs of, the Pacific, small island developing states. So those are just examples, but what ties all these actions together is that they are very much solutions focused, and they will accelerate the generation and the uptake of ocean knowledge to contribute to sustainable development. They all have innovation at their heart, including using new technologies. They have transformation, co-design built in, and they also incorporate capacity development and respect the principles of inclusivity. So those are just the first building blocks of a Decade. There will be many chances to engage with these programs as they roll out, and for partners to develop and support new programs as part of a Decade and respond to future calls for Decade actions. And we anticipate that we will have actually a second call for actions issued towards the end of September to continue this engagement with everybody. I also want to highlight that this Decade is about connecting and creating collaboration amongst people, and we've heard that so much today. And there are different ways for you to engage, whether you are a scientist, an industry leader, an ocean policymakers, or an NGO leader. We will set up a global stakeholder forum, which will be launched before the end of the year, to create and facilitate this co-design of transformative solutions, whether we're working at an ocean basin scale or across ocean basins or on a specific theme. We mentioned also the Decade Alliance. The Decade Alliance will be a key network of leaders and influencers aimed at boosting investments in ocean science and the Decade and financing some of those Decade actions. So I'm really calling on investors and champions of ocean knowledge, particularly philanthropy and the private sector, to join in. And then we also need to get the dialogue going at the national level. As Gesina mentioned, we need to have those national Decade committees going. I'm pleased to report we have more than 25 countries who have established such committees or are in the process. And those are really the entry point for all those communities to work together. And finally, as Colin Davey has put it, we have a Decade Laboratories. What a wonderful way to engage and for you to really become actors of a Decade and help us design solutions for ocean sustainability. So in closing, David, I think on behalf of a Decade team and IOC UNESCO, we very much look forward to work with you in the next 10 years. Although the Decade team is a small group, but we really want this group to grow and eventually that all of our audience and beyond becomes part of this Ocean Decade team so that we can all collectively achieve the ocean we want. Thank you.
Julien, thank you very much indeed. Your hands are full. A small team, but perfectly formed. Let's put it that way. Thank you very much indeed for that. I think it's appropriate from my side of the fence now to draw on the next generation, on the people who have the most to gain and the most to lose, you might argue. And we'll start with Maya Gebera. Maya, as I said, is a big wave surfer. She lives in the sea. She lives by the sea. Frankly, she lives for the sea. Here's her perspective.
I'm so happy and honored to join you today from the Mentawai in Indonesia, a place that I love very much. Some of the best waves in the world are here. And I've been coming for over 15 years, and I've noticed the change. I've noticed less fish in the water, less life in the water in general, and much more pollution and plastic, unfortunately, in even the smallest of islands. And of course, it breaks my heart, somebody that is passionate about waves and ocean and knows that over 3 billion people depend on the ocean for their livelihoods. We also know that we could feed 1 billion meals a day of seafood, great protein, amazing nutrients, if we restored and made the oceans abundant again. We have been overfishing, we have been destroying the habitats and polluting at a very high scale. So I'm very honored to join the conversation, to raise awareness, to tell you that I have seen the changes, and even though I see it because I spend so much time in the ocean, I'm extremely curious, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to see what we can achieve together in the next 10 years with the Ocean Decade program. Because there's so much more data and science that we can collect and we can learn, and with that we can protect and really, really reestablish the health of our oceans, because we depend on it. We really do. I depend on it, but everyone, here in Indonesia, an underdeveloped country, they need fish. They eat fish. If we fish this out, they're gonna be hungry. They're gonna, have hunger as a huge problem. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see how much we can do. I know there is solutions. I know science is a huge tool for the solutions. I believe in science-based fishery management. We have seen places that were overfished being restored within 5 to 10 years. So we just got to keep working, and I urge you to educate yourself and continue to raise awareness and join the movement, join an NGO of your like, and help us create the change that we want to see in the ocean that will affect all our lives.
Indeed, and thanks to Maya for that. I should point out you'll see and hear more from Maya. She's now a spokesperson for the Ocean Decade as well. I want to turn our attention now to Thando Mazomba, who has a background in marine biology and oceanography and environmental and geographical sciences. She's an MSc candidate at the University of Cape Town, assessing climate model results in the Southern Ocean using historical whaling data. You've got a lot of work ahead of you as well, Thando. Your final thoughts?
Thank you, David. Yeah, I'm just going to touch on how I find that the ECOP early career ocean professionals play a huge role in the international marine research and expectations for the decade. So us as ECOP, we are at the forefront of bridging knowledge gaps and building truly diverse and inclusive marine spaces. We have multifarious approaches to our research, as well as how this research is consumed by people who sit outside the scientific realm. So we are the age of science communication. We're also diverse in our approach in marine conservation. We take on research such as marine litter, ocean waste dumping, oceanographic governance, ocean governance, community research, education research, as well as industry research. And this shows how dynamic we can be, and we really are, because we're also not afraid to be on the ground, participating in implementation programs of policies of change and applicable ocean sciences, as well as engaging with various stakeholders. My generation is the first generation that grew up with the terms climate change and global warming. And so these two global crises have always been at the basis of our conversations. You know, for example, when we talk about how environmental justice cannot exclude socioeconomic justice anymore. So ECOP are really committed and passionate about our communities, and we are really passionate and committed to, an ocean for everybody. Additionally, when I look around me, I see that the research field is increasingly becoming more and more competitive. And this is because more and more students are just attaining doctorates. And this is exciting to me because it tells me that there is an increase in knowledge capacity and an increase in ocean experts in various ocean fields. This means that ECOP's not only passionate and committed about our environment and communities, we're also undoubtedly qualified and capable to both determine and execute research priorities. Because of these reasons, we are invaluable to the success of the UN Ocean Decade. Ocean science needs to become younger to open doors for truly innovative and transformative solutions. To date, very few countries, particularly developing countries in particular, report a relatively young ocean research community. For example, in the 2020 the Global Oceans Report, Madagascar reported more than 50% of their ocean researchers to be younger than 34 years. And so in order to realize this absorbing of youth into the Ocean Decade, we need agency, support from people and institutions with influence, platform, and resources. I am one of 25 All-Atlantic Ocean Youth Ambassadors of 14 countries across the Atlantic Basin. This initiative is facilitated by the All-Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance and is an example of one of the types of agencies that we need. We as youth ambassadors work very closely together, as well as with other institutions and other organizations, to build cross-national communities where we can share resources, ideas, data, and research. As early career ocean professionals, we are the future ocean leaders of tomorrow. It is now more than ever important that we start building early career ocean communities of practice to contribute efficiently and effectively to the Ocean Decade. I'll be speaking about the VCOP event now. So if I can just ask that the video start up, I'll just chat to that. Thank you. So immediately after this conference, we will see the virtual Early Career Ocean Professionals Day, either known as VCOP Day, and it will start as a 24-hour live stream event following the sun across the globe, covering all areas of our blue planet, as shown in this animation. With over 100 contributions from around 200 young scientists and experts from the world, the program will cover issues and opportunities related to human-ocean relations. We are thrilled to welcome over 1,600 ECOP, mid and senior level ocean professionals for this event. And as we all know, the UN Ocean Decade is a once-in-a-generation opportunity and the first global campaign to truly catalyze transformative ocean science solutions for sustainable development. If you'd like to join this amazing event, please register or follow the live stream. Both links can be found in the chat. Thank you.
Thando, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, and a very bold and confident expression there of moving forward, coming from your neck of the woods. Can I just say to all of my speakers here with those final assessments, thank you very much indeed. Julien, I think I said you work for the International Oceanographic Commission instead of the Intergovernmental. My fault, falling at the final hurdle there. Very good to see you again, and Gesine, Thando, and hearing from Maya as well. And with that, Ranga, I'm going to hand it back to you for effectively the very last phase of what's been an extraordinary event where if you haven't developed your education and understanding now, perhaps you never will.
Thank you, David. Yes, I mentioned my grandson this morning, so I think so when he grows older, at least I can feel a bit proud of saying, well, I was there during the launch. Do you feel proud, Anja Karliczek?
Jawohl, und das tue ich sehr.
Yes, I am, and very much so. Because today we are experiencing progress live, what young people are claiming, transformation towards a better world. And that is something very special that we the older generation, as I might say, can pass the baton to the young people for the future. We just heard from an extraordinary early career ocean professional. She's delighted to be part of this. So what else do we want?
Young people, the young generation, as a father, I can just say, yes, they are taking over, and it is right. Well, before I would like to get into the discussion with Fiona Elaine Strasser, who is a German All-Atlantic Ocean Youth Ambassador, and Thando, which we just sort of already saw in David's session. Perhaps just still a few words from your colleague Maria Gabriel, because in the next years it's all going to be about, well, the grammar of cooperation.
Correct. Let me conclude by stressing that we must ensure that our scientific efforts are translated into results for the benefit of our citizens. For this to succeed, we'll need to empower citizens and practitioners to co-design and co-implement the innovative solutions. Many countries echoed the call for action from the United Nations Decade. This is a reason to feel optimistic about the future. Let us kick off the Oceans Decade. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Maria Gabriel. And well, I want to pick up an idea which I just heard from you, Thando. The young people who are cooperating, this is like a new UN in a certain way. The oceans unite the people from all the countries, from all the cultures. Is that a bit the sort of new way to look upon, well, a world which will be different from the world I grew up in?
Yes, Ranga, thank you for your question and comment. I truly believe that the young people, the youth right now we have a more diverse outlook on life, and we're so interested in finding these sort of little gaps that we can fit ourselves into and really use towards making science more and more robust. We no longer also want to look at science the way it's currently being looked at. We appreciate the way that Westernized science has brought us, but we also realize that there are many other types of observations and theories that need to be included in a way that can make us understand our oceans better. And when I say oceans, I mean the atmospheric sciences as well as the inhabitants of the ocean, because everything is interlinked. And I think that young people truly, really understand that. And when we speak about different cultures and coastal communities and indigenous communities, we really understand, and we've seen through written history that these communities know the ocean better than we do as scientists. And sometimes it just takes a second to step back and listen and really take in what they have to say and bring it into our decision making going forward.
I want to ask Fiona Alain, I mean, I always have a lot of discussions with my children who, by the way, also have turned out, some of them, to become scientists. And what I think is important is what can we, the elder generation, unfortunately I am part of this elder generation, learn from your new approaches?
Sorry. Thank you very much, Ranga. This is a very good question. And I think that first of all, we have to, can you hear me?
Hear and see you.
Yes, okay, sorry. Yeah, first of all, I think that we need to improve the way we communicate science to the general public. I would like science to be more accessible and easier to understand for society. In a way, we should span the bridge between the two, and that's also where the older generation comes in, because the young marine researchers are also digital natives, and we have the great opportunity to make use of powerful communication tools such as social media. And if we use these tools to mediate scientific facts understandably, we have the chance to raise awareness, inspire, and mobilize people from all over the world, including the older generations. And I mean, Fridays for Future has shown us how powerful it can be on a global scale. And with the Ocean Decade, it's time to shift the focus and also recognize on how dependent our life is on the healthy ocean.
Well, you know, Fiona, I know Anja Kvalicek quite well, and I think so for years there has been one very deep take-home message in at least your term, which was communication is important, we have to open up science. So this is something, you are younger than me. So this is a very important message of the young people saying, open up science, communicate, because scientific progress is not only done in the laboratory, it's done in a cultural dialogue.
Ja, Fiona spricht mir sehr aus dem Herzen, weil...
Yes, Fiona is absolutely saying what I'm thinking. We have to take society on board, new technologies, the fundamental change of society, new forms of collaboration. That's a question of acceptance of those who are affected by that. So, Fiona, you're saying exactly what I think when you say we need to get into touch with each other, we need to communicate, open the doors to enable others to become part of this too. That's the only way forward. And I'm absolutely thrilled how you are trying to do this step by step to take on board an entire society, the whole planet actually, because everything that we need to do with regard to climate change now is something where we have to get everybody on board, everybody involved. We can't focus on the small things, technological development. That is something that we need to get into practical application, and then things will work and we will be successful. And you have this mindset from the first day, so this means we can only be successful, right?
What is very important is, Tando mentioned it, is the power of, well, progress also in the sense of the internet, the fact that we can interconnect, that voices from remote areas are there. We saw this sort of world program of the ECOP initiative. So these are going to be voices which are much more mixed, I think, so than the voices we have heard before. So there is a lot of progress going on. Now, if just, Anja, if we would stand here in 10 years, what are your hopes for this ocean decade? I mean, what is really going to change when we stand here? I mean, I'm going to be older, definitely.
Oh, I hope so. We will stand here together in 10 years. Okay. Nein, wir werden in 10 Jahren hier stehen. Und
well, no, we will be here, standing here in 10 years, and then we will know that what we know about knowledge, networking, the protection of the ocean as part of climate change mitigation, that we've made great progress in these areas thanks to these young people, because they are the ones who are driving progress. Our generations are those who've prepared, who've paved the way. I want to mention the Mosaic expedition, just as an example. Polarstern put out to sea in 1983 and has been doing research ever since. But now it's about the whole world, and we need to get the whole whole world on board and involved. And this great networking among the young generation, that will make sure that we will be successful. So we've seen a lot of political decision makers today who said, yes, we want to put this into action now in every single country, and that is exactly the kind of development that we need. So I'm absolutely convinced that this UN decade, Ocean Decade, will start a process that will really inspire us and awe us, and we will be impressed in 10 years' time what has happened.
With the young generation, so I would like to start with you, Thando. Just a short, crisp take-home message, something, a wish for these upcoming 10 years. Thando. Well, perhaps we start with Fiona then. I don't know if the line with Thando is freezed in.
Yes. So that's a very good question. And I think we should start listening to each other more.
I think
we should.
Ocean space really want to.
Go ahead, the line is stable, and after that, Fiona.
Okay. So I really think we should start listening to each other. And the Ocean Decade stands for international cooperation, but I also think it should stand for sectional cooperation as well. So just as politicians and economy and researchers, we need to start working together over different sectors. So I think that's very important for me.
And Thando, you want to add something to that?
Right, not really, but other than the fact that I absolutely agree, I think that there is a need to shed light on the intersectionality that exists within the marine conservation space, and that speaks to different races, different cultures, different ages, different religions, different sexualities. All these things we need to take into consideration when we speak about oceans, solutions for the oceans.
Yes, well, you know, it reminds me, Anya, of a small story I had, not in the ocean, but flying over the ocean in an aircraft. And I was sitting next to an old man. We were in the middle of the air. I didn't know him. I think he was from Afghanistan. And he had some problems with his safety belt. And the stewardess came and said, "Are you together?" And this old man turns around, looks into the plane and says, "Aren't we all together?" And I think so this is the basic message today. We are all together. Well, I wish this decade a lot of success. We should say that the virtual ECOP Day is now starting. Fiona, this is going to start directly after this session, correct?
At 4 o'clock.
Yes, exactly. After this, we are going to switch over to the live stream of the VCOP Day and give a little short transition phase and explanation about what's to come. And we would love to see you all there.
Okay. And the last bye-bye, this is your word.
Die Verabschiedung eines tollen Auftakts.
So I'm the one to conclude this excellent kickoff event. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers, I'd like to thank you for this launch of a historic decade. I think this is by no means and I'm delighted that we accompanied the start here from Berlin today. And one thing was shown very clearly in all the presentations from today. We can only conserve and protect our ocean if we take joint action. Only if we work together we can create the knowledge that we need to be successful in the end, to make protection and conservation possible, to make sustainable use of the ocean possible. The future of the ocean is blue. I think this is something that we should focus on much more often too. Let us take this task together, creating the ocean we want, the motto of today's event. So we have come to the end of today's launch event, and we've just heard it's only this event that's coming to an end. So I'd like to thank 3,000 viewers from all over the world who participated in this event. And this is the message I'd like you to take home. This was the first day. This was only the beginning. And today's conference will continue over the coming months. 7 Ocean Decade Laboratories will focus on the 7 themes of the decade, and focus on the vision of a global partnership for the future of the seas and ocean. The future, we've just seen it, is the future of the young people. It's always been this way. It will always remain this way. So the question of ocean research will also be given into the hand of early career ocean professionals. The VCOP Day was just mentioned by Fiona. It will follow back to this conference. So our early career ocean professionals have organized an exciting ride across the ocean, the global ocean. Tomorrow we will celebrate the launch event on national level to make sure that we really want to make progress in the next 10 days. I was delighted to have my European colleague, Commissioner Gabriel, with whom I collaborated very closely during the German Council presidency. I'm delighted that together we can now pass the baton to the young generation of researchers and scientists. I wish you every success. Thank you for your dedication and passion. I wish you all the best. And most importantly, stay healthy.
To me, it's only to wish you good luck. By the way, if you still stay online, the chat will be open for another hour, and communication is going to be something we do throughout. Thank you so much, good luck, and thank you and bye-bye from the Futurium in Berlin.